Every tired body carries a story the world never hears. Beneath the calm face, beneath the routine, beneath the words, "I'm fine," that fall so easily from the mouth, there is often a nervous system that has been bracing for too long, always alert, always holding, always preparing for what might go wrong next. And when night comes, when the world finally becomes still, that hidden tension does not always know how to stop. The body lies down, but the mind keeps watch. The room is quiet, but something inside still feels like it must stay awake. Most people were never taught how to feel safe in their own stillness. They were taught how to survive pressure, how to carry stress, how to keep moving even when the inside was fraying. They learned how to silence pain, not soften it, how to endure, not regulate, how to stay functional, not peaceful. And over time, the nervous system begins to live like a soldier who never got the message that the war is over. Not because something is wrong with you, but because your system has been trying to protect you in the only way it knows how. The Stoics understood a truth that modern life keeps making us forget. Peace begins when resistance ends. Healing begins when the mind stops chasing every fear, answering every thought, and obeying every inner alarm. What you observe with calm starts to lose its grip. What you stop fighting begins to settle. And when you return to the present again and again, you remind the body that this moment is not a threat, that it is allowed to loosen, that it is allowed to breathe, that it is allowed to rest. Tonight, that is what this journey is for. 4 hours to quiet the inner alarms. 4 hours to release the pressure your body has been carrying in silence. 4 hours to guide your nervous system out of survival and back into stillness. Not by force, not by escape, but by wisdom, by softness, and by the kind of deep rest that slowly teaches the body how to feel safe again. And as the body begins to soften, something important becomes clear. The problem was never that you weren't trying hard enough. It was never that you lacked discipline, strength, or willpower. The tension you've been carrying does not come from a lack of effort. It comes from a lack of safety. And until the body feels safe, no amount of pushing will bring real peace. There is a quiet truth most people never hear, and because of that, they spend years working against themselves. They try to think their way into calm. They try to force their body to relax. They tell themselves to just stop stressing, as if the mind were a switch that can be turned off on command. But the nervous system does not respond to pressure. It does not respond to commands. It responds to signals. And the only signal it truly understands is safety. This is where everything begins to change. The body you live in is always listening, not to your words, but to your state. It is reading your breathing, your reactions, your pace, your attention. If your thoughts are racing, your body assumes something is wrong. If you are constantly alert, constantly scanning, constantly preparing, your system believes it must stay ready. Even if there is no real danger, the body does not know that. It only knows the signals you are giving it. So, when people try to fix themselves by thinking harder, analyzing more, or pushing through tension, they unknowingly send the opposite message. They tell the body, "Stay alert, stay tense, we are not safe yet." And the body listens. That is why healing feels so difficult for so many. Not because it is complicated, but because they are trying to solve it in the wrong direction. The nervous system does not need to be motivated into calm. It needs to be shown that it can let go. This is why small, quiet moments matter more than intense efforts. A slow breath sends a different message than a rushed one. Sitting without reacting sends a different message than trying to control every thought. Even the way you allow silence instead of filling it begins to teach the body something new. It begins to understand that not everything requires action. There is a deep habit most people carry without noticing. The habit of reacting to everything that appears in the mind. A thought comes, and it is followed. A feeling rises, and it is judged. A memory appears, and it is analyzed. This constant engagement keeps the nervous system active, as if every thought is something that must be handled immediately. But what if it isn't? What if a thought could appear, and you simply let it pass? What if a feeling could rise, and you did not rush to change it? What if silence could exist, without needing to be filled? This is where the body starts to shift, because the moment you stop reacting to everything, your system begins to realize something important. Not everything is a threat. Not everything requires protection. Not everything needs to be solved right now. And with that realization, tension begins to loosen. The Stoics practiced this without calling it nervous system healing, but they understood the principle deeply. They knew that control over the inner world begins with observation, not force. They trained themselves to see thoughts as events, not commands, to witness emotions without being consumed by them, to remain steady even when the mind tried to pull them in different directions. And over time, this created something powerful, a system that did not panic easily, a mind that did not chase every disturbance, a body that could return to stillness without effort. This is not something that happens instantly, and it is not something you need to rush. In fact, rushing is what keeps the system activated. The more you try to get somewhere quickly, the more the body feels like it must stay alert. The more you demand calm, the more pressure you create. And pressure is the opposite of safety. So instead of asking, "How do I fix this?" try something softer. What happens if I allow this moment to be as it is? This question does something subtle but powerful. It removes the urgency. It removes the need to solve. It creates space. And in that space, the body begins to breathe differently. You may not notice it immediately. It may feel small at first, but small shifts are how the nervous system learns, not through force, but through repetition, not through intensity, but through consistency. Each moment of non-reaction is a signal. Each moment of stillness is a message. Each moment of allowing is a step towards safety. And over time, those moments begin to add up. The body starts to trust again. The mind starts to slow down. The constant tension that once felt normal begins to fade, not because you fought it, but because you stopped feeding it. There is nothing you need to prove right now, nothing you need to fix in this moment. The system you live in has been trying to protect you for a long time. And now, slowly, gently, it is learning that it can rest. And as that learning deepens, something inside you begins to settle. Not all at once, not dramatically, but quietly, and in a way that lasts. And as that quiet sense of safety begins to grow, something else starts to reveal itself. You begin to notice just how much energy has been slipping away, not through effort, but through constant alertness, not through action, but through the feeling that you must always be ready. And once you see it clearly, you understand why rest has felt so far away. There is a kind of tiredness that sleep does not fix. It shows up even after a full night in bed. It lingers in the body, sits behind the eyes, and makes simple things feel heavier than they should. It is not the tiredness of doing too much. It is the tiredness of never switching off. Living in a constant state of alertness feels normal for many people. It becomes part of daily life. The mind scans ahead, checking what could go wrong. The body stays slightly tense, as if preparing for something that has not happened yet. Even in calm moments, there is a background feeling of readiness, a quiet pressure that does not fully leave. At first it can seem useful. Being alert feels like being in control. It feels like protection. But over time, the cost becomes clear. The nervous system is not designed to stay activated all the time. It is meant to move between states, to rise when needed, and to settle when the moment passes. But when it remains in that elevated state for too long, it begins to wear down. This is where emotional fatigue begins. You may notice that small things start to feel bigger than they are. A simple comment feels personal. A minor inconvenience feels overwhelming. The patience that used to come naturally starts to thin. This is not a flaw in your character. It is a sign that your system has been carrying too much for too long. The body reflects this as well. Tension becomes constant, not occasional. The shoulders stay tight. The jaw holds pressure. Breathing becomes shallow without you noticing. Even when you try to relax, something inside does not fully let go. It feels like resting with one eye open. This is the hidden cost of being always on. Energy is not only used when you act, it is also used when you stay ready to act. The body consumes resources to maintain that state of alertness. Hormones remain elevated, muscles stay engaged. The mind keeps running in the background, even when there is nothing urgent to handle. Over time, this creates a quiet drain. You may not see it in one moment, but across days and weeks, it adds up. It becomes harder to feel fully present. It becomes harder to feel light. Even moments that should feel peaceful carry a subtle weight. The Stoics recognized something important about this state. They understood that not every situation requires a response. Not every thought deserves attention. Not every signal from the mind reflects reality. They practiced stepping back, not out of avoidance, but out of clarity. Because when you respond to everything, you give everything power. And when everything has power, your system never rests. There is a difference between awareness and constant vigilance. Awareness is calm. It notices without tension. It observes without reacting. It is present, but not strained. Vigilance, on the other hand, carries pressure. It searches, it anticipates, it prepares. It assumes that something is always about to happen. And in doing so, it keeps the body in a state that is meant to be temporary. This is where the shift begins. Not by forcing yourself to relax, but by noticing when you are holding that state of readiness. Not judging it, not resisting it, but simply seeing it. You might notice it in how quickly your thoughts jump ahead. You might notice it in how your body tightens without reason. You might notice it in the feeling that you cannot fully settle, even in silence. And instead of trying to fix it immediately, you pause. You allow a moment where nothing needs to be handled. This moment becomes a signal that says, right now, there is nothing to prepare for. At first, the system may not believe it. It has been trained to stay alert. It may continue to hold tension out of habit. But with repetition, something begins to change. The body starts to recognize these moments. Moments where nothing happens. Moments where you do not react. Moments where you allow stillness without filling it. And slowly, it begins to understand. Not every moment requires readiness. This understanding reduces the load. The constant scanning begins to soften. The background tension begins to ease. The energy that was being used to stay on guard becomes available again. This is not something dramatic. It does not happen all at once. It is quiet, almost unnoticeable at first. But it is steady. You begin to feel small spaces of ease throughout the day. Moments where your breath deepens naturally. Moments where your body feels less tight without effort. These are signs that the system is learning to shift, not through force, but through experience. Each time you allow a moment without reacting, you are teaching your body something new. You are showing it that it does not have to stay in that constant state, that it can move between alertness and rest instead of staying stuck in one. And as this learning continues, the exhaustion that once felt permanent begins to lift. Not because you pushed harder, but because you stopped carrying what was never needed in the first place. The body starts to conserve energy again. The mind starts to feel less crowded. The quiet moments begin to feel safe instead of unfamiliar. And in that shift, you begin to feel something that may have been missing for a long time. Not just rest, but true relief. And as that quiet relief begins to return, another pattern starts to reveal itself. Not just the constant alertness, but what follows it. The quick reactions, the automatic responses, the way the mind jumps in before there is even a moment to breathe. And once you notice it, you begin to see how much of your energy has been spent not on what happens, but on how quickly you respond to it. There is a small space that most people never experience. It exists between what happens and what you do next. In that space, there is choice. There is calm. There is control. But for many, that space feels almost invisible. A thought appears, and it is followed instantly. A message arrives, and there is an immediate urge to respond. A feeling rises, and it turns into action before it is even understood. This is what it means to live on automatic. The system reacts before it has time to settle. It fires before it has time to see clearly. And over time, this creates a constant cycle where the body never fully relaxes because it is always preparing for the next reaction. It becomes exhausting. Not because life is always demanding, but because every moment is treated as if it requires an immediate response. The Stoics trained themselves to break this pattern, not by suppressing reactions, but by delaying them. They understood that the first impulse is not always the truth. It is often just a habit, a conditioned response shaped by past experiences, by fear, by expectation. And if you act on it instantly, you never give yourself the chance to see clearly. So they practiced something simple but powerful. They paused, not for long, just enough. Enough to see the thought without becoming it. Enough to feel the emotion without being carried by it. Enough to create distance between the event and the response. This pause changes everything, because when you pause, your nervous system receives a different signal. Instead of firing immediately, it begins to slow down. Instead of escalating, it starts to regulate. The urgency that once felt automatic begins to lose its strength. At first, this pause can feel uncomfortable. There is a pull to react quickly, a sense that something needs to be done right away. This is not because the moment truly demands it, but because the system is used to moving fast. It is used to staying engaged, to staying active, to staying ready. So when you introduce a pause, it feels unfamiliar, but unfamiliar does not mean wrong. It means new. And with each pause, you are teaching your system something it has not practiced before. You are showing it that it is possible to experience something without immediately responding to it. A thought can appear, and nothing has to happen next. A feeling can rise, and it does not need to control you. A situation can unfold, and you can take a moment before deciding what to do. This creates space, and in that space, the body begins to settle. The constant firing begins to slow. The urgency begins to soften. The reactions that once felt automatic start to feel optional. You begin to notice things differently. You notice that not every message requires an instant reply. Not every thought deserves attention. Not every feeling needs to be acted on. This is not avoidance. It is clarity. Because when you stop reacting to everything, you begin to respond with intention instead of impulse. You begin to choose your actions instead of being driven by them. And this choice brings calm. Not the kind of calm that comes from controlling everything, but the kind that comes from not needing to. The body no longer has to stay on high alert, waiting for the next reaction. It starts to trust that it has time, that it is not being pushed, that it can move at a different pace. This trust reduces tension. The breath becomes slower without effort. The mind becomes less crowded. The sense of urgency begins to fade. And over time, something deeper happens. The space between stimulus and response becomes more natural. It becomes easier to pause than to react. It becomes more comfortable to observe than to engage immediately. This is where true regulation begins. Not in controlling what happens around you, but in changing how you move within it. Each pause becomes a reset. Each moment of non-reaction becomes a signal of safety. Each choice to slow down becomes a step toward balance. And as this pattern strengthens, the nervous system begins to shift out of constant activation. It no longer expects immediate action. It no longer prepares for constant reaction. It begins to rest, even while you are awake. This is not about becoming passive. It is about becoming steady. Because there is strength in not reacting. There is power in choosing when to respond. And there is peace in knowing that you do not have to follow every impulse that appears. The world may still move quickly, but inside, something has changed. There is space. There is time. There is calm. And from that calm, everything begins to feel lighter. Not because life has become easier, but because you are no longer carrying every moment as if it demands something from you. And as that space between impulse and response becomes more natural, something deeper begins to surface. Not just the reactions you can see, but the tension you have been carrying for far longer than you remember. The kind that did not come from one moment, but from many. The kind that never fully left. It just settled quietly into the body. There are things the mind moves on from, but the body does not. Moments that seemed small at the time. Words that stayed longer than they should have. Situations that were never fully understood, never fully felt, never fully released. Life moves forward, and you adapt. You keep going. You learn to function. But something inside keeps a record. Not as thoughts, but as sensation. A tightness that appears without warning. A heaviness that has no clear source. A fatigue that rest alone cannot fully remove. This is how the body remembers. It does not replay the story in words. It holds the imprint in feeling. Every time an emotion is pushed aside, ignored, or left unfinished, it does not disappear. It settles somewhere. In the shoulders, in the chest, in the stomach, in the breath. Over time, these imprints begin to layer, one moment on top of another, one experience blending into the next, and slowly what was once temporary becomes familiar. The tension feels normal, the heaviness feels expected. The body adapts to carrying more than it was ever meant to hold. This is why rest sometimes feels incomplete. Because the body is not only tired from the present, it is carrying the past. The Stoics approached emotions in a way that was often misunderstood. They were not trying to suppress feeling. They were trying to understand it, to observe it clearly, and to prevent it from turning into something that controls the mind. But what they also practiced, in a quieter way, was not holding on to what had already passed. They allowed experiences to move through them, not clinging, not resisting, not storing what no longer needed to be carried. This is where many people struggle, because the instinct is often to move away from discomfort quickly, to distract, to avoid, to push forward. And while that may help in the moment, it leaves something unfinished beneath the surface.
The body feels what the mind avoids.
And when something is not processed, it remains active in a subtle way. It may not be at the front of your awareness, but it influences how you feel, how you react, how you carry yourself. A small situation can feel heavier than it should, not because of the moment itself, but because it touches something already stored. A simple comment can create tension, not because of the words, but because of what they remind the body of. This is how unresolved emotion shows itself, not as clear memories, but as patterns of feeling. The way forward is not through force. You do not need to dig into every past moment. You do not need to analyze every feeling. The body does not release through pressure. It releases through permission. Permission to feel without rushing away. Permission to notice without judgment. Permission to let something rise without needing to control it. This may feel unfamiliar at first, because the habit has been to move past discomfort quickly, to keep going, to stay functional. But healing happens when you allow a moment to be felt fully, even if it is quiet, even if it is small. A feeling can move through the body when it is not blocked. When you sit with it, even briefly, without reacting, without labeling it, something begins to shift. The tension that was held starts to loosen. The breath changes. The body recognizes that it no longer needs to hold that state. This is not about reliving the past. It is about allowing what is already present to complete itself. Many emotions were never given that chance. They were interrupted, pushed aside, or carried forward without being understood. And because of that, they remain unfinished. But the body knows how to complete them. It knows how to release when it feels safe enough to do so. This is where everything connects back to safety. Without safety, the body holds on. With safety, it lets go. So each moment of stillness you create, each pause, each breath, each choice not to react, becomes an invitation. An invitation for the body to soften. An invitation for what has been stored to begin to move. You may notice small changes. A deeper breath that happens without effort. A part of your body that feels lighter than before. A quiet sense of release that you cannot fully explain. These are not random. They are signs that something is being let go. Not all at once, but gradually, layer by layer. The fatigue that once felt constant begins to ease, not because you are doing more, but because you are carrying less. The tension that once felt permanent begins to shift, not because you forced it, but because you stopped holding it in place. And in this process, something important becomes clear. You were never meant to carry everything forever. The body is not built for that. It is built to experience, to process, and to release. And as you begin to allow that natural process again, something inside you starts to return to its original state. Not perfect, not empty, but lighter.
More open.
And more at ease than it has been in a long time. And as that weight begins to lift, even if only slightly, another truth begins to reveal itself. The world around you does not slow down just because you are trying to heal. The noise is still there. The demands are still there. The movement of life continues. And yet, something inside you is starting to ask a different question. Not how to control the world, but how to remain steady within it. There is a kind of peace that does not depend on silence. It does not require everything to be perfect. It does not wait for the world to calm down before it appears. It exists underneath the noise, underneath the movement, underneath the constant change. But most people never reach it, because they are always trying to fix what is outside before they look within. The world today is loud in ways that are easy to overlook, not just with sound, but with information, expectations, opinions, and endless stimulation. Every moment brings something new to react to, a message, a notification, a problem, a thought. And without noticing, the mind begins to mirror that same chaos. It becomes restless, pulled in different directions, rarely settling in one place. This is where internal stillness becomes essential, not as an escape, but as a foundation. The Stoics lived in environments that were far from calm. Their world was filled with uncertainty, conflict, and pressure. And yet, they trained themselves to remain steady, not by controlling what happened around them, but by mastering what happened within them. They understood something simple, but powerful. External chaos does not have to become internal chaos. But this does not happen automatically. The mind has a natural tendency to follow what it is exposed to. When the environment is fast, the mind speeds up. When the environment is tense, the body tightens. Without awareness, this becomes a constant loop where the outside world shapes the inside state. Breaking this loop requires a shift.
Not in what you experience, but in how you relate to it.
Internal stillness begins with observation. When something happens, instead of being pulled into it immediately, you notice it. You allow it to exist without becoming part of it. This creates a separation, a quiet distance that gives you space to remain grounded. This does not mean ignoring what is happening.
It means not allowing it to control your internal state.
A loud environment can exist, and you can remain calm. A difficult situation can arise, and you can stay steady. A strong emotion can appear, and you do not have to be overwhelmed by it. This is not suppression.
It is stability.
The body learns this through repetition. Each time you choose not to be pulled into external noise, you strengthen that internal anchor. Each time you return your attention to your breath, to your body, to the present moment, you remind your system that it has a place to rest, regardless of what is happening outside. At first, this can feel difficult. The mind may still chase what is happening. It may want to engage, to react, to follow every movement. But with practice, something begins to change.
You start to notice that you can remain where you are.
You do not have to follow every thought. You do not have to respond to every situation immediately. You do not have to let every external signal shape your internal state. This realization creates space. And in that space, stillness begins to form. It is not forced. It does not come from trying harder. It comes from not moving unnecessarily. The Stoics often return to the idea of focusing only on what is within your control. This is not just a philosophical concept. It is a practical way to protect your nervous system. Because when you stop trying to control everything outside, you reduce the pressure inside. You stop carrying what was never yours to carry.
And with that, the body begins to relax.
The noise does not disappear, but it loses its grip. It becomes something you can hear without being affected by, something you can see without needing to react to, something that exists around you, not within you.
This is where true calm begins to develop.
Not in isolation, but in presence. You begin to move through your day with a different rhythm, less rushed, less reactive, more aware, more grounded. The same situations that once created tension now pass through you without leaving the same mark. This is not because life has changed. It is because your relationship to it has changed. The nervous system no longer treats every external signal as something urgent. It begins to recognize that it can remain steady even when the environment is not. And this steadiness becomes a kind of quiet strength.
It does not draw attention. It does not need to prove itself.
But it is always there. A calm that stays with you in conversation, in movement, in silence. A stillness that is not dependent on conditions, but rooted in awareness. Over time, this becomes natural. You no longer have to remind yourself constantly. You no longer have to try as hard. The body learns. The mind adapts. The system settles into a new way of being. And in that state, something becomes clear. The world can remain noisy, but you do not have to be. And as that inner stillness begins to hold, even when the world moves around you, another layer quietly comes into view. Not the noise outside, but the noise ahead. The constant leaning into tomorrow. The silent habit of trying to prepare for what has not even happened yet. And once you see it clearly, you begin to understand why your body has been so tired, even in moments where nothing is actually wrong.
A quiet tension often lives in the future.
It does not shout, it whispers, it asks small questions that seem harmless at first. What if something goes wrong? What if this doesn't work out? What if I'm not ready? And before you notice it, the mind begins to build scenarios, to prepare responses, to solve problems that do not exist in the present moment. The body follows this movement. It tightens slightly. It becomes alert again. It shifts out of rest and into readiness.
Not because something is happening, but because something might happen.
This is how the nervous system becomes trapped in future-based stress. It is not reacting to reality. It is reacting to possibility, and possibility has no limit. One thought leads to another. One imagined outcome creates 10 more. The mind tries to stay ahead, to be prepared, to prevent discomfort before it arrives. But in doing so, it never allows itself to settle, because there is always another what if. The Stoics saw this pattern clearly. They understood that much of human suffering does not come from what is happening now, but from what is imagined about the future. They trained themselves to return again and again to what is present, not as a way of ignoring the future, but as a way of not living inside it. Because the future is not a place the body can rest. The body only understands now. When you project yourself forward, the mind becomes active, but the body cannot complete that action. It stays in a loop of preparation without resolution. It prepares, but nothing happens. It anticipates, but there is nothing to respond to. And this creates a state of tension without release. Over time, this becomes exhausting. You may notice it as a constant background pressure, a sense that something needs to be figured out, even when everything is quiet. A feeling that you cannot fully relax because there might be something you are forgetting. This is not clarity.
It is anticipation without end. Letting go of this does not mean you stop caring about the future.
It means you stop trying to live inside it. There is a difference.
You can plan when planning is needed. You can prepare when preparation is useful. But outside of those moments, there is nothing to solve.
And this is where the shift begins.
When a future-based thought appears, instead of following it, you notice it. You recognize it for what it is. Not a current reality, but a projection. Not something happening, but something imagined. This recognition creates distance. The thought may still be there, but it no longer pulls you in the same way. It becomes lighter, less urgent, less demanding. You begin to see that most of what the mind anticipates never actually happens. And even when something does happen, it rarely unfolds the way you imagined it. So the effort spent preparing for every possibility becomes unnecessary. The body starts to learn this through experience. Each time you do not follow the future thought, each time you return to what is in front of you, each time you allow the present moment to be enough, you send a signal that says, there is nothing to handle right now. And with that signal, the system begins to settle. The constant forward pull weakens, the mind becomes less crowded with possibilities, the body begins to feel more grounded. You may notice simple things becoming clearer, the sound of your breath, the feeling of your body resting, the quiet of the space around you. These are not new experiences.
They were always there.
But they were covered by anticipation. As that anticipation fades, presence returns. And presence has a different quality. It is steady, it is calm, it does not rush. There is nothing to prepare for in this moment, nothing to solve, nothing to predict. Only what is here, now. This does not make you less capable. It makes you more effective. Because when the time comes to act, you are not carrying the weight of 100 imagined scenarios. You are responding to what is real, not what was feared. The Stoics trusted this. They trusted that they would meet the future when it arrived, that they did not need to carry it before its time. That strength comes from being present, not from being constantly prepared. And as you begin to live this way, something inside you shifts. The urgency to figure everything out begins to fade. The need to stay ahead begins to soften. The body no longer feels like it has to stay ready all the time. It begins to rest, not because the future is certain, but because you are no longer trying to control it. And in that release, a quiet freedom appears, a sense that this moment is enough, that you are allowed to be here, without reaching forward, without holding on, without preparing for what has not yet come. And as that feeling deepens, the nervous system finally gets what it has been asking for all along.
Not more answers,
but less pressure. And as that pressure to stay ahead begins to loosen, another quiet tension starts to come into focus. Not the fear of what might happen, but the feeling that you should always be doing something, always moving, always improving. And when you finally pause, instead of peace, there is a strange discomfort, a subtle voice that asks why you are not doing more. Rest can feel unfamiliar when the mind is trained to keep going. It shows up in small ways. You sit down, but your thoughts keep listing tasks. You lie down, but your body feels like it should get back up. You take a break, but something inside whispers that you are wasting time. This is not because rest is wrong. It is because rest has been misunderstood. For a long time, effort has been praised as strength. Movement has been linked to value. Productivity has been treated as proof of worth. And slowly, without noticing, the mind begins to associate stillness with weakness. Pausing feels like falling behind. Slowing down feels like losing control. But the body does not see it this way. The body does not measure worth through output. It measures balance. It measures rhythm. It needs moments of activity, but it also needs moments of recovery. Without that balance, it cannot sustain itself. This is where guilt begins to interfere. Not because rest is harmful, but because the mind labels it incorrectly. It turns something necessary into something to question. It creates tension in the very moment that is meant to release tension. So instead of resting, you carry a different kind of weight. You sit still, but you are not at ease. You pause, but your thoughts keep pushing. You try to relax, but you feel like you should be doing something else.
This is not rest.
It is activity in disguise. The Stoics approached this differently. They understood that not every moment is meant for action, that stepping back is not failure, that withdrawing from effort at the right time is part of wisdom, not a lack of it. They did not measure their value by how constantly they moved, but by how intentionally they lived.
And part of that intention included knowing when to stop.
This is where the shift begins, not in forcing yourself to rest, but in removing the judgment around it. Rest does not need to be earned. It does not need to be justified. It does not need to be explained. It is part of how the system repairs itself. When you allow rest without labeling it, something changes in the body. The tension that comes from internal pressure begins to fade. The breath deepens naturally. The mind slows without resistance. You begin to feel what true stillness is like. Not a pause filled with guilt, but a space that feels complete.
This may take time.
Because the habit of constant movement does not disappear immediately. The mind may still return to old patterns. It may still suggest that you should be doing more, that you are falling behind, that you are not using your time well. But these are learned patterns. They are not truth. Each time you notice them without following them, you weaken their hold. Each time you allow yourself to remain still, even when the urge to move appears, you create a new experience for the body. An experience where nothing is required.
An experience where you are not being pushed.
An experience where you can exist without doing. This is where restoration begins. The nervous system shifts out of constant engagement. It stops preparing for the next task. It stops holding tension in anticipation of movement. It begins to settle into the present moment without needing to change it. Energy starts to return, not because you added something, but because you stopped draining it. The body begins to feel lighter. The mind becomes less crowded. The sense of urgency begins to fade. And with that, rest becomes natural.
Not something you struggle to allow, but something you move into without resistance.
You may begin to notice that slowing down does not make you less effective. In fact, it often makes you clearer. When the mind is not overloaded, it sees more accurately. When the body is not tense, it responds more efficiently.
This is not about doing less for the sake of it. It is about doing what is needed and releasing what is not. There is strength in this.
The strength to step back when everything is telling you to push forward. The strength to remain still when the habit is to move. The strength to trust that rest is not taking something away from you, but giving something back. And as this becomes more familiar, the guilt begins to fade. Not because you convinced yourself it was wrong, but because you no longer feel it. You sit, and it feels right. You pause, and it feels natural. You slow down, and nothing inside resists it. This is where balance returns. The body no longer feels like it must prove something. The mind no longer feels like it must justify every moment. There is space to simply be, without pressure, without expectation. And in that space, something quiet and steady begins to grow. A sense that you are allowed to rest. Not later, not after everything is done, but now. And as that realization settles in, The nervous system finally receives what it has been missing. Not more effort, but permission. And as that permission to rest settles more deeply, another layer begins to reveal itself. Not just how you recover, but how you respond. Because even with moments of stillness, the way you react during the day continues to shape how your body feels at night. And slowly, it becomes clear that peace is not only built in quiet moments, it is protected in the moments that test you. There is a difference between feeling something and becoming overwhelmed by it. Most people were never shown that difference. A situation happens and the reaction comes quickly. A word, a tone, a small shift in someone's behavior, and the body responds as if something important is at stake. The heart rate changes, the breath tightens, the mind begins to interpret, to defend, to prepare. It feels automatic, and in many ways it is. But what feels automatic is often learned. The nervous system has been shaped over time to respond in certain ways, to react quickly, to stay alert, to protect. And while this may have been useful in certain moments, it becomes overwhelming when it happens too often in situations that do not truly require that level of response. This is where emotional restraint becomes important. Not as suppression, but as protection. Because every strong reaction has a cost.
It consumes energy. It activates the body. It keeps the system in a heightened state.
When reactions are constant, the body never fully returns to calm. It moves from one activation to the next, carrying the tension forward instead of releasing it. Over time, this creates internal overload. The Stoics practiced something that helped prevent this. They did not aim to remove emotion. They aimed to respond to it with awareness, to feel without being carried away, to pause before allowing the reaction to take over. This pause changes the outcome. When something happens, instead of reacting immediately, you create a small space. In that space, you notice what is rising. You feel the shift in the body. You recognize the impulse to respond quickly. And then you choose. Not based on the first reaction, but based on clarity. This choice reduces intensity. The body does not need to escalate. The mind does not need to race. The situation does not need to grow larger than it is. This is not about ignoring what you feel. It is about not adding more to it. Because often, it is not the initial emotion that overwhelms the system. It is the reaction that follows, the thoughts that build on it, the actions that extend it, the way it is carried forward. Emotional restraint interrupts this cycle. It allows the feeling to exist, without turning it into something heavier. You may notice this in simple moments. A comment that would normally create tension passes without the same weight. A situation that would usually trigger frustration feels more manageable. An emotion that would have taken over moves through without staying as long. This is not because the emotion disappeared. It is because you did not feed it.
The body learns from this.
Each time you respond calmly, even when there is an impulse to react strongly, you send a signal. A signal that says, "This is not a threat that requires full activation." And with that signal, the system begins to regulate. The heart rate settles more quickly. The breath returns to its natural rhythm. The tension does not stay in the body as long. This prevents buildup, because when reactions are reduced, the body has less to carry. It does not accumulate the same level of stress. It does not remain in a heightened state for extended periods. This creates more stability, not because life becomes easier, but because you are no longer amplifying every moment. The Stoics understood that strength is not found in reacting to everything, but in choosing when to engage. They valued composure, not because it made them appear calm, but because it preserved their inner state. They knew that not every situation deserved a full emotional response, and in knowing that, they protected themselves. This protection is not visible from the outside. It is felt internally, a sense of steadiness that remains even when things are uncertain, a feeling of control that does not come from changing situations, but from not being controlled by them. You begin to trust your responses, not because they are perfect, but because they are chosen. This trust reduces anxiety. The mind no longer feels like it must prepare for every possible reaction. The body no longer braces for constant emotional shifts. There is a sense of consistency, a rhythm that feels more stable. Over time, this becomes natural. The pause becomes easier. The reactions become softer. The need to respond intensely begins to fade. You still feel, you still care, but you are no longer overwhelmed by every change. This is where calm becomes something you carry, not something you search for. And as this continues, the nervous system begins to experience something it has not had consistently before. A sense of protection that does not come from reacting, but from choosing not to. And as that sense of protection begins to grow, another layer quietly reveals itself. Not just how you respond, but what you respond to. Because many of the things that feel urgent are not truly urgent. And once you begin to see that clearly, a large part of the pressure you carry starts to loosen on its own. There is a feeling that shows up often without being questioned, a sense that something must be done now. It can come from a thought, a message, a situation, or even from within. It creates a subtle push, a tightening in the body, a quickening in the mind. It feels important. It feels immediate. It feels like if you do not act right away, something will go wrong. But when you pause and look closer, many of these moments are not as urgent as they seem. They only feel that way. This is the illusion. The mind has learned to treat many things as time-sensitive, even when they are not. It has been trained to react quickly, to stay ahead, to avoid falling behind. And over time, this creates a pattern where almost everything carries a sense of urgency. A simple message feels like it needs an instant reply. A small problem feels like it must be solved immediately. A passing thought feels like it requires attention right away. This constant sense of urgency keeps the nervous system activated, because urgency signals importance. Importance signals potential threat, and threat signals the body to stay alert, even when there is no real danger. This is how pressure builds, not always from external demands, but from internal interpretation. The Stoics understood this deeply. They practiced questioning their impressions before acting on them. When something appeared urgent, they did not accept it immediately. They looked at it, examined it, and asked whether it truly required action in that moment. This simple pause changes the experience, because urgency often loses its strength when it is observed instead of followed. You begin to see that not everything needs to be handled right now. Some things can wait. Some things resolve on their own. Some things are not even problems, but just thoughts passing through. This recognition reduces pressure. The body no longer needs to stay in a constant state of readiness. The mind no longer feels like it must respond to everything immediately. There is space to choose. And in that space, calm begins to return. You may notice this in small ways at first. You receive a message, and instead of responding instantly, you pause. You feel a thought pushing you to act, and instead of following it, you wait. You sense urgency rising, and instead of moving with it, you observe it.
Nothing breaks. Nothing falls apart. The moment continues without the reaction.
This is where the illusion starts to fade.
Because the mind begins to learn that urgency is not always real, that it can create pressure where there is none, that it can signal importance without actual threat. And with this understanding, the body begins to relax. The constant push to act immediately begins to soften. The sense of being rushed fades. The tension that comes from feeling behind or unprepared begins to lift. You start to move at a different pace, not slower in a way that feels forced, but steadier in a way that feels natural. You respond when needed, not when pushed. You act with clarity, not with pressure. You allow time to exist instead of trying to compress everything into the present moment. This shift protects your energy, because urgency consumes energy quickly. It creates spikes in the nervous system, pulling you into action again and again without allowing full recovery. When this happens repeatedly, it leads to exhaustion. But when urgency is reduced, the system stabilizes. The body no longer experiences constant activation. The mind no longer jumps from one demand to the next. There is a sense of continuity, a flow that feels more sustainable. The Stoics valued this steadiness. They knew that reacting to every perceived urgency weakens the mind, that being pulled in different directions reduces clarity. That true strength comes from choosing where to place attention, not from responding to everything that demands it. This choice brings freedom. Freedom from the constant feeling of being rushed. Freedom from the pressure to do everything immediately. Freedom from the belief that everything is urgent. And in that freedom, something important returns. Time. Not more time, but the feeling of having time. The ability to sit without being pulled forward. The ability to act without being rushed. The ability to let moments unfold without forcing them. This changes how you experience your day. Things feel less compressed. Decisions feel less pressured. The mind feels less crowded.
And the nervous system begins to settle into a more balanced state. Not because life has slowed down,
but because you have stopped speeding it up. Over time, this becomes natural. The urge to treat everything as urgent fades. The need to respond instantly weakens. The body no longer prepares for constant demand. Instead, there is a quiet understanding that most things can wait, that not every signal requires action, that calm is not found by doing more, but by doing only what is necessary. And as that understanding deepens, the pressure that once felt constant begins to dissolve. Not all at once, but enough for you to feel the difference. A lighter mind, a steadier body, a pace that no longer feels like a race. And in that shift, the nervous system finally experiences something it has been missing. Not urgency, but ease. And as that sense of ease begins to settle in, another subtle challenge appears. Not from the outside, but from within. Because even when the urgency fades, even when nothing is demanding your attention, there can still be a quiet discomfort, a restlessness that makes stillness feel unfamiliar. And once you notice it, you begin to understand that the body has not yet learned how to feel safe when nothing is happening. There is a strange feeling that comes with doing nothing, not boredom, not emptiness, but a subtle unease. You sit down, and after a few moments, something inside begins to move. The mind looks for something to grab. The body feels like it should shift, adjust, get up, check something, do something. Even when there is no need, the system searches for activity. This is not because stillness is wrong. It is because stillness is unfamiliar. For a long time, the body has been trained to stay engaged, to respond, to react, to anticipate, to move.
It has learned that activity means safety, that doing something is better than doing nothing, that stillness is a gap that needs to be filled. So when you remove that activity, the system does not immediately relax. It questions it. It becomes alert again, not because something is wrong, but because it is not used to the absence of movement. It does not yet trust that nothing happening is actually safe. This is where training begins, not through force, but through repetition. The body learns safety through experience, not instruction. You cannot convince it with words. You show it, again and again, that stillness does not lead to danger. At first this may feel uncomfortable. You sit quietly and your thoughts become louder. You stop moving and your body becomes more aware of itself. You remove distractions and the mind tries to create new ones. This is the system adjusting. It is not a sign that something is wrong. It is a sign that something is changing. The key is not to escape this discomfort. It is to stay with it, gently. You allow the moment to be as it is. You notice the urge to move, but you do not follow it immediately. You feel the restlessness, but you do not try to remove it. You remain present, even as the mind suggests that you should do something else. This is how the body begins to learn. Each moment of stillness becomes a signal that says, nothing is required right now. At first, the system may not believe it. It may continue to search for activity, to create thoughts, to pull your attention away. But with time, something begins to shift. The restlessness starts to soften. The urge to move becomes less intense. The body begins to settle on its own. This is not something you force. It happens naturally when the system is given enough time to adjust. The Stoics practiced forms of stillness that went beyond physical rest. They would sit with their thoughts, observe their reactions, and remain present without trying to change anything. This was not easy, but it trained their minds to become steady. They understood that true calm is not created by controlling the environment, but by becoming comfortable within it, even when nothing is happening. This comfort does not appear instantly. It develops slowly. At first, stillness feels like a gap, something missing, something incomplete. But over time, it begins to feel different. It starts to feel full, quiet but not empty, calm but not lacking. You begin to notice things you did not before. The rhythm of your breath, the way your body rests without effort, the space around you that does not demand anything from you. These are small details, but they change how you experience stillness. It becomes something you can stay in, instead of something you need to escape. The nervous system responds to this. When it realizes that stillness does not lead to danger, it begins to relax more deeply. The constant readiness begins to fade. The need to stay active decreases. The body learns that it can exist without preparing for the next action. This reduces tension, not just in the moment, but over time. Because each experience of safe stillness becomes a reference point, a memory in the body that says, this is what it feels like to not be on guard. And the more these moments are repeated, the more familiar they become. Eventually, stillness no longer feels uncomfortable. It feels natural. You sit, and there is no urge to escape. You pause, and there is no pressure to move. You remain where you are, and nothing inside resists it. This is where true rest begins, not in sleep alone, but in wakeful stillness. A state where the body is not preparing, not reacting, not holding tension. A state where nothing needs to be done, and that is enough. From this place, everything changes. The mind becomes clearer. The body becomes lighter. The sense of pressure that once felt constant begins to disappear.
and in its place, something quiet and steady remains. A calm that does not depend on activity, a stillness that feels safe, and a nervous system that no longer needs to be on guard.
Because it has finally learned that it can rest, even in silence.
And as that stillness begins to feel more natural, something else starts to come into focus. Not just the urge to move, but the urge to think, the constant stream of thoughts that seems to appear out of nowhere. And for a long time it may have felt like this was just how your mind works, that thinking more meant understanding more, that analyzing everything meant being in control. But slowly, a different truth begins to surface.
There is a kind of thinking that does not bring clarity.
It only brings noise. It loops. It repeats. It searches without finding. And yet, it feels important.
Because it feels active.
Many people believe that overthinking is a sign of intelligence, that if the mind is constantly working, it must be doing something useful. But in many cases, it is not solving, it is reacting. It is not creating clarity, it is trying to reduce discomfort. This is where the misunderstanding begins.
Overthinking is not always a thinking problem. It is often a nervous system pattern.
When the body feels unsettled, the mind tries to make sense of that feeling. It looks for reasons. It searches for explanations. It tries to find something it can solve, something it can fix, something it can control. But the discomfort is not coming from a problem that can be solved with thought. It is coming from a state the body is in. So the thinking continues. One thought leads to another.
One question creates more questions. One scenario turns into many. And even when nothing is resolved, the process keeps going.
This is not because the mind is weak.
It is because the system is trying to protect.
The Stoics understood that not every thought deserves attention. They practiced observing thoughts without attaching to them. They recognized that the mind can produce ideas constantly, but not all of them are useful. Not all of them are true. Not all of them need to be followed. This creates a shift. Instead of believing every thought, you begin to see it as an event, something that appears and can pass. This reduces the intensity, because overthinking feeds on engagement. The more you follow a thought, the more it grows. The more you analyze it, the more it expands. The more you try to solve it, the more complex it becomes. But when you do not engage in the same way, something different happens. The thought weakens. It may still appear, but it does not pull you in as strongly. It does not create the same chain reaction. It becomes lighter, less demanding, less important. This is how the nervous system begins to settle, because each thought you do not chase is one less signal of urgency, one less reason for the body to stay activated, one less cycle of tension.
At first, this can feel strange.
There may be a habit of needing to understand everything, a belief that if you stop thinking about something, you are avoiding it. But this is not avoidance. It is choosing where your energy goes.
You begin to notice the difference between useful thinking and repetitive thinking.
Useful thinking leads somewhere. It has direction. It resolves or clarifies. Repetitive thinking circles. It returns to the same point. It does not move forward. Once you see this difference, it becomes easier to step back. You do not need to stop thoughts from appearing. You simply stop following the ones that do not serve you. This creates space. And in that space, the mind begins to quiet. Not because you forced it, but because you removed what was feeding it. The body responds to this quiet. The tension that comes from constant mental activity begins to reduce. The sense of urgency that drives overthinking starts to fade. The system no longer feels like it must stay engaged all the time. You begin to experience moments where the mind is still, not empty, but calm. These moments may be brief at first, a few seconds where nothing is being analyzed, a short pause where the mind is not searching for answers, a quiet space where thoughts are present but not overwhelming.
These moments are important
Because they show the system something new, that it is possible to exist without constant thinking. That clarity does not always come from more analysis.
that sometimes the mind becomes clearer when it is not being pushed.
The Stoics trusted this. They did not try to control every thought. They focused on their response to thoughts. They allowed the mind to produce what it would, but they chose what to engage with. This gave them stability, not because their minds were always quiet, but because they were not controlled by every thought that appeared. Over time, this becomes natural. The urge to overthink weakens. The need to analyze everything reduces. The mind begins to rest more often. And with that rest, the nervous system relaxes, because it no longer needs to stay in a constant state of mental activity. It no longer receives signals of ongoing urgency. It begins to settle into a more balanced state. This does not mean you stop thinking. It means thinking no longer controls you. You think when it is needed. You step back when it is not. You allow thoughts to come and go without holding on to them. And in that shift, something changes. The noise begins to fade. The clarity begins to return. The weight of constant thinking begins to lift.
Not because you forced your mind to be quiet, but because you stopped asking it to do what it was never meant to do.
Solve a feeling with thought. And as that understanding deepens, the mind begins to feel lighter,
Not empty.
but finally at ease. And as the mind begins to quiet, and that constant need to think starts to loosen, something deeper becomes visible. Not just the thoughts themselves, but the pressure behind them. The feeling that every problem must be solved quickly, that every question needs an answer right now. And when that answer does not come, the tension rises again. There is a subtle urgency tied to understanding, a need to figure things out as soon as they appear. A problem shows up, and the mind begins to work. It searches for solutions, replays details, tries different angles. It wants closure. It wants clarity. It wants the discomfort to end as quickly as possible. And when it cannot find that answer immediately, it keeps going. This is where the strain begins, because not every problem is meant to be solved in the moment it appears. Some things need time. Some things need distance. Some things become clearer when you stop trying to force clarity. But the mind often resists this. It feels like leaving something unfinished is dangerous. Like not solving it means losing control. Like letting it exist without resolution creates instability.
So it pushes harder.
And the more it pushes, the more tension builds. The Stoics understood something that changes this completely. They knew that control does not come from solving everything immediately. It comes from knowing what requires action now and what does not. This distinction creates space. When a problem appears, instead of reacting with urgency, you pause. You look at it without trying to fix it instantly. You allow it to exist just as it is, without adding pressure to resolve it right away. This may feel uncomfortable at first, because the habit is to close the loop quickly, to finish what has started, to remove uncertainty as soon as possible. But when you resist that habit, something different begins to happen. The body does not escalate. The mind does not spin as intensely. The problem remains, but the pressure around it begins to soften.
You start to see that many things do not require immediate action, that some situations change on their own, that some answers appear when you stop chasing them. This is not avoidance, it is timing, because when you try to solve something before you are ready or before the situation is clear, you often create more confusion. You move in circles, you exhaust yourself without reaching a solution. But when you allow space, the mind organizes itself differently. Thoughts settle, perspectives shift. Clarity begins to form naturally. This happens because the nervous system is no longer under pressure. When you remove the demand for immediate answers, the system relaxes. It does not feel like it is being pushed to perform. It does not stay in a heightened state trying to produce a solution. Instead, it moves into a calmer state where thinking becomes clearer and more efficient. You may notice this in simple ways. A problem that felt overwhelming earlier becomes easier to understand later. A question that had no answer suddenly feels clearer after some time has passed. A situation that created stress no longer feels as intense when you return to it.
This is not coincidence.
It is what happens when you stop forcing the process. The Stoics trusted this rhythm. They understood that wisdom is not found in rushing to answers, but in allowing understanding to develop. They practiced patience, not as a passive state, but as an active choice to not disturb the mind unnecessarily. This patience protects your energy, because the constant need to solve everything immediately drains the system. It keeps the mind active, the body tense, and the nervous system engaged. It does not allow rest, because there is always something that feels unfinished. But when you release that need, something changes. The unfinished does not feel as heavy. The unknown does not feel as threatening. The mind no longer feels like it must resolve everything to feel at ease. You begin to trust that not everything needs to be completed right now, that some things can remain open. That clarity will come when it is ready, not when it is forced. This trust creates calm, because the body no longer prepares for constant problem solving. The mind no longer searches for immediate closure. There is space to breathe, space to think, space to simply be without needing to fix something. Over time, this becomes natural. The urge to solve everything immediately weakens. The need for instant answers fades. The pressure that once felt constant begins to lift. You still engage with problems, but you do so with clarity, not urgency. You approach them when the time is right. You respond when you are ready. You allow the process to unfold instead of trying to control it. And in that approach, something important returns, a sense of steadiness. Not because everything is resolved, but because you are no longer disturbed by what is not. The mind becomes more patient. The body becomes more relaxed. The nervous system begins to rest, even in the presence of uncertainty. And in that rest, you discover something that was hidden by constant pressure. That peace is not found in having all the answers, but in not needing them immediately. And as that need for immediate answers begins to soften, another layer quietly loosens with it. Not just the pressure to solve, but the deeper habit beneath it. The need to control, to hold everything together, to keep things from going wrong. And when that grip begins to relax, something in the body finally starts to breathe again. There is a kind of tension that comes from holding too tightly, not always in the hands, but in the way you move through life, trying to manage every outcome, trying to predict every possibility, trying to keep everything in place. It often feels responsible. It feels like care, like awareness, like being prepared. But beneath it, there is a constant effort, a quiet strain that does not fully leave. The body feels it. in the shoulders that never fully drop, in the jaw that stays slightly tight, in the breath that never quite deepens.
Control is not only a mental act, it becomes physical. Because when the mind is trying to manage everything, the body follows. It prepares, it braces, it holds. It stays ready, even when there is nothing happening. And over time, this becomes a habit. The system forgets what it feels like to not hold on.
It forgets that it can release.
The Stoics understood something that changes this completely. They knew that control is limited.
Not everything can be shaped, not everything can be predicted, not everything needs to be managed.
And instead of fighting this, they accepted it. Not as defeat, but as clarity. Because when you stop trying to control what is outside your reach, you reduce the pressure inside your body. This is where letting go begins. Not as giving up, but as releasing what was never yours to carry.
At first, this can feel uncomfortable.
There is a sense that if you let go, something might fall apart. That if you loosen your grip, you might lose control. That something important might be missed. But this fear is part of the habit.
It comes from being used to holding on. When you begin to let go, even in small ways, something different happens. The body responds.
The shoulders begin to soften. The breath becomes deeper. The constant readiness begins to fade. Not all at once, but enough for you to feel the difference. You may notice it in moments where you choose not to overmanage a situation, where you allow something to unfold without trying to control every detail, where you step back, even slightly, instead of holding on tightly. In those moments, the body learns something new, that letting go does not lead to danger, that not everything needs to be controlled, that it can exist without constant effort. This learning reduces tension, because the grip that once felt necessary begins to loosen. The muscles that were always engaged begin to rest. The breath that was shallow begins to expand. The system that was always preparing begins to settle. This is not about becoming passive, it is about becoming balanced.
You still act when needed. You still care. You still engage.
But you no longer carry the weight of controlling everything. The Stoics practiced this through acceptance. They focused on what they could influence and released what they could not. They did not waste energy trying to shape every outcome. They conserved their strength by letting go of what was beyond their reach. This created a different kind of stability, not one built on control, but one built on trust. Trust that not everything needs to be managed. Trust that you can respond when the time comes. Trust that you do not have to hold everything in place to remain steady. This trust changes how the body feels. The constant tension that came from holding on begins to dissolve. The system no longer feels like it must stay tight to maintain control. It begins to experience moments of release. These moments grow over time. At first, they may be brief. A small pause where you do not try to fix something. A moment where you allow a situation to unfold without interference. A breath where you let go of the need to manage what is next. But with repetition, these moments become more natural. The habit of control weakens. The need to hold on softens. The body begins to feel lighter. This lightness is not just physical.
It is internal.
A sense that you are not carrying as much, that you are not holding as tightly, that you are allowed to exist without managing every detail of what is happening around you. And in that space, something important returns. Ease. Not because everything is under control, but because you no longer need it to be. The nervous system responds to this. It shifts out of constant effort. It stops preparing for everything at once. It begins to rest in a way that feels natural.
And as this continues, you begin to notice a change. The body no longer feels like it is bracing. The mind no longer feels like it is gripping. There is space where there used to be tension. This is what letting go creates, not emptiness, but relief. A quiet release from the pressure of trying to control everything. And in that release, the nervous system finds something it has been searching for. Not certainty,
but freedom.
and as that grip begins to loosen, as the body learns it does not have to hold everything so tightly, another moment quietly opens up. The moment before sleep, the moment where everything slows down, but the mind often does the opposite. And this is where a different kind of practice begins, not one of effort, but of observation. Night reveals what the day hides.
When everything becomes quiet, the thoughts grow louder, not because they are stronger, but because there is nothing left to distract you from them.
The day keeps the mind busy. Tasks, conversations, movement. There is always something to focus on. But when you lie down, when the lights are off, when the world steps back, the mind steps forward. Thoughts begin to appear, some small, some heavy, some familiar. They come without invitation. They replay moments, imagine scenarios, bring up things that felt settled earlier, and the instinct is to follow them, to understand them, to solve them, to engage. This is where sleep becomes difficult, not because the body cannot rest, but because the mind does not step back. The nervous system remains active. It responds to the thoughts as if they are events happening now. It prepares, it reacts, it stays alert. And even though the body is lying still, the system does not enter true rest.
This is where quiet observation changes everything. Instead of engaging with each thought, you watch it.
Not as something that needs to be solved, but as something that is passing through. A thought appears, and you notice it. Another follows, and you let it be. A memory rises, and you do not step into it. This creates distance. The thoughts are still there, but they are no longer pulling you in the same way. They become lighter, less demanding. They move instead of staying.
At first, this can feel unfamiliar.
There may be a strong habit of following thoughts automatically. The mind may try to draw you in, to make the thought feel important, urgent, something that needs your attention.
But when you stay in observation, something shifts. You begin to see the pattern.
Thoughts come, and they go. They change. They fade. They are replaced.
They are not fixed. They are not permanent.
They are movement.
This realization reduces their power, because when you stop engaging, you stop feeding them. The Stoics practiced this kind of awareness. They did not try to eliminate thoughts. They observed them. They recognized that the mind produces impressions constantly, but not all of them need to be followed. They created a space where thoughts could exist without becoming actions. This space is where calm begins. The body responds to this. When you are not engaging with every thought, the system does not activate as strongly. The heart rate remains steady. The breath becomes slower. The tension that would normally build begins to soften. Sleep starts to feel closer, not because you forced it, but because you removed what was keeping it away. You may notice moments where the mind becomes quiet, short pauses between thoughts, small gaps where nothing is being processed. These moments may feel subtle, but they are important. They show that the system is beginning to settle. Instead of a continuous stream, there is space. And in that space, the body begins to rest more deeply. The key is not to chase these quiet moments, because chasing is another form of engagement. You simply remain where you are. observing, allowing, not trying to change what appears. Over time, this becomes easier. The urge to follow thoughts weakens. The need to solve everything before sleep fades. The mind begins to slow down on its own. You may still notice thoughts, but they no longer carry the same weight. They pass more quickly. They feel less important. They do not hold your attention as tightly. This creates a different experience of night. Instead of a time where the mind becomes active, it becomes a time where the system unwinds. The body recognizes that it can let go. The Stoics trusted this natural process. They did not try to control every thought before rest. They allowed the mind to settle by not interfering with it. They understood that stillness is not created through force, but through non-engagement.
And as you practice this, something changes.
The transition into sleep becomes smoother. The body relaxes more fully. The mind feels less crowded.
You are no longer trying to quiet the mind. You are simply not adding to its noise.
And in that absence of effort, something gentle begins to take over. The system slows, the thoughts soften, the body sinks into rest. Not because everything is resolved, but because nothing is being held.
And in that state, sleep arrives naturally.
Not as something you chase, but as something that finds you when you finally stop following every thought that passes through. And as the mind learns to step back, as thoughts begin to pass without pulling you in, another quiet shift begins to unfold, not in what appears, but in how you meet it. Because even when you stop reacting, there can still be a subtle resistance, a quiet push against what is happening, and that push is often where the tension remains.
There is a kind of effort that hides beneath awareness.
It is not loud, it is not obvious, but it is always there. A feeling that something should be different, that this moment should not feel the way it does, that the thoughts should stop, that the body should relax faster, that the experience should be easier than it is. This is resistance, not the kind you see clearly, but the kind you feel in the body. It shows up as tightness, as impatience, as a subtle friction that does not fully allow things to settle. Even when you are resting, something inside may still be pushing, trying to change what is present,
Trying to move away from discomfort.
trying to reach a state that feels better.
But in doing so, it creates more tension.
Because the body senses that something is being rejected. And when something is rejected, the system does not relax. It holds. The Stoics approached this differently. They practiced acceptance, not as agreement, but as acknowledgement. They allowed things to be as they were before deciding what to do about them. They understood that resisting reality does not change it. It only creates additional strain. This is where softening begins.
When you stop pushing against what is already here,
Acceptance is not passive. It is not giving up. It is not saying that everything is right. It is simply allowing the present moment to exist without fighting it.
a thought appears and you allow it. A feeling rises and you do not push it away. A sensation in the body is there and you let it be.
This removes the extra layer, because often the discomfort is not just the feeling itself. It is the resistance to it.
The tension is not only in the body, it is in the effort to change the body.
When that effort stops, something shifts. The friction begins to dissolve. The body no longer feels like it has to hold against something. It no longer braces. It no longer stays tight in response to what is happening. Instead, it begins to soften. This softening is subtle at first. A slight release in the shoulders, a deeper breath that comes without effort, a small sense of ease where there was tension before.
These changes are not forced. They happen naturally when resistance is removed. You may notice that when you stop trying to relax, you actually begin to relax. When you stop trying to clear your mind, it becomes quieter. When you stop trying to feel better, the discomfort loses its intensity. This is the paradox. The more you push for a different state, the more the current state holds. The more you allow what is, the more it changes on its own. The Stoics trusted this process. They did not fight their internal experiences. They observed them, accepted them, and allowed them to move through without adding resistance. They knew that calm is not created by force. It is revealed when resistance fades.
This understanding reduces pressure.
Because you no longer feel like you have to fix everything inside you.
You no longer feel like something is wrong with the current moment.
You begin to see that the body is responding, not failing. And in that understanding, something important happens. Compassion replaces control. Instead of pushing yourself to feel differently, you allow yourself to be where you are. You meet the moment with less judgment, less urgency, less pressure. This creates safety. Because the body no longer feels like it is being corrected. It begins to trust that it can exist as it is, without being forced into a different state. This trust reduces tension. The constant effort to change softens. The need to escape discomfort weakens. The system begins to settle without being pushed. Over time, this becomes natural. You notice resistance more quickly. You release it more easily. You allow moments to unfold without adding friction. And in that flow, the body finds a new rhythm. Not one of control, but of ease. You still experience thoughts. You still feel emotions. You still move through different states. But you are no longer fighting them. You are allowing them. And in that allowance, something quiet and steady emerges. A sense of calm that does not come from changing everything, but from not resisting what is already here. The nervous system responds to this deeply. It no longer stays tense in response to internal conflict. It no longer prepares for something to be pushed away. It begins to rest in the absence of friction. And in that rest, something begins to return. Not perfection, not complete stillness, but a softness, a space where the body is not holding against itself. A moment where everything is allowed to be as it is. And that is enough. And as that softness begins to take root, as the body learns it no longer has to fight every moment, something else quietly becomes important. Not just how you respond or how you release, but how you move through your days. Because the nervous system does not only respond to big events, it responds to patterns. And when those patterns become steady, something inside begins to feel safe again. There is a quiet comfort in knowing what comes next. Not in a rigid way, not in a way that removes freedom, but in a way that allows the body to settle. When life feels unpredictable, the system stays alert. It prepares for change, for uncertainty, for the unknown. But when there is a sense of rhythm, even a simple one, the body begins to relax. This is not about controlling everything. It is about creating small signals. Signals that tell the body, this is familiar, this is safe. The nervous system learns through repetition, not through intensity, but through consistency. When something happens the same way, again and again, the body begins to recognize it. It no longer treats it as new. It no longer prepares for unexpected outcomes. It begins to trust the pattern. This trust reduces tension. You may notice this in simple parts of your life. A certain time of day when things slow down, a familiar routine before sleep, a repeated action that signals the end of activity. These are not just habits, they are messages. Messages that tell the system it can shift from doing to resting. Without these signals, the body can remain in a state of uncertainty. It does not know when to slow down. It does not know when it is safe to release tension. So it stays ready, even when there is no need. This is where small routines become powerful, not because they are complex, but because they are reliable. A simple action, repeated daily, begins to anchor the system. It could be the way you prepare for sleep, the way you pause at a certain time, the way you return to your breath in the same quiet way. Over time, these actions become associated with calm. The body begins to recognize them as transitions, from activity to rest, from alertness to ease, from movement to stillness. And when that recognition forms, the system responds more quickly. You no longer have to force relaxation. The routine itself begins to guide the body into it. The Stoics valued this kind of structure. They lived with intention, not randomness. They created rhythms in their lives that supported clarity and stability. Not to control every outcome, but to reduce unnecessary chaos. Because when life has no rhythm, the mind becomes scattered. And when the mind is scattered, the body follows. But when there is a steady pattern, even a simple one, something begins to align. The mind knows what to expect. The body knows when to settle. The system begins to trust the flow of the day. This trust is what creates safety. Not because everything is predictable, but because there are parts of your experience that remain steady. You may notice that when you follow a simple routine, your body responds differently. The transition into rest feels smoother. The mind becomes quieter more easily. The tension releases without needing to be forced. This is not coincidence. It is conditioning. The system has learned that this pattern leads to calm, and so it follows it. This does not require perfection. The routine does not need to be rigid or exact. It only needs to be consistent enough for the body to recognize it. Even small actions matter. A moment of stillness at the same time each day. A quiet pause before sleep. A gentle return to your breath when the day begins to slow. These are enough because the nervous system is not looking for complexity. It is looking for familiarity. When it finds it, it relaxes. Over time, this familiarity becomes a foundation, something you can return to regardless of what the day brings. The outside world may still be unpredictable, but within your own rhythm, there is steadiness. This steadiness reduces the need for constant alertness. The body no longer feels like it must prepare for everything. It begins to move in a more balanced way, shifting when needed, settling when allowed. And as this continues, something deeper forms. A sense of internal order, not imposed, but developed. A quiet structure that supports calm without effort. You begin to trust your own rhythm, not because it is perfect, but because it is consistent. And in that consistency, the nervous system finds what it has been searching for. Not control, but stability. A steady signal that says again and again, you are safe to slow down. You are safe to rest. You are safe to let go, because you know how to return. And as that sense of rhythm begins to settle, as the body starts to trust the patterns you create, another quiet discomfort begins to reveal itself, not from what you do, but from what you leave unfinished. Because even in stillness, the mind often reaches for completion. It wants to close every loop, finish every thought, resolve every question, and when it cannot, it keeps going. There is a subtle pressure to finish what begins in the mind. A thought appears, and it feels like it needs an ending. A question arises, and it feels like it needs an answer. A memory surfaces, and it feels like it needs to be understood.
But not every thought needs to be completed. Not every question needs to be answered right now. And not every mental loop needs to be closed before you can rest.
Yet the mind often believes otherwise.
It treats incompleteness as something uncomfortable, something unresolved, something that must be fixed before peace can exist. So it keeps working. It returns to the same thought, the same idea, the same question, trying to bring it to a conclusion. And in doing so, it stays active. The body follows this activity. It remains slightly tense. The breath stays shallow. The system does not fully settle.
Not because there is something wrong,
but because the mind is trying to finish what does not need to be finished. This is where a different kind of acceptance becomes important.
Allowing the mind to be incomplete.
letting a thought remain unfinished, without chasing it to the end.
This may feel unfamiliar at first. There is a habit of needing closure, a feeling that if something is left open, it will linger, that it will come back stronger, that it will disturb your rest. But the opposite is often true.
When you stop trying to complete every thought, the mind begins to quiet, because many thoughts do not need resolution.
They are simply passing through. The Stoics understood that not everything the mind produces is important. They observed thoughts without giving them all equal value. They recognized that some thoughts are just noise, and that engaging with all of them creates unnecessary disturbance. This is where healing begins. When you stop treating every thought as something that needs to be finished, you may notice this in small ways. A thought begins, and instead of following it, you let it fade. A question arises, and instead of answering it, you leave it open. A memory appears, and instead of analyzing it, you allow it to pass. At first, the mind may resist. It may try to pull you back in. It may suggest that something important is being left undone. But when you stay with the experience without engaging, something begins to change. The thought loses momentum. It does not grow. It does not expand. It simply moves. And then it is gone.
This is the natural movement of the mind.
Thoughts are not meant to stay. They are meant to pass. But when you try to complete them, you hold them in place. You extend them, you give them weight, you keep them active. Letting the mind be incomplete removes that weight. It allows thoughts to remain light,
to appear and disappear without becoming something more. The body responds to this.
The constant mental activity begins to slow. The system no longer feels like it must stay engaged. It begins to relax, even when thoughts are present. You start to notice gaps, moments where the mind is not working to complete something, spaces where there is no pressure to understand, to solve, to finish. These moments bring relief, because the system is no longer carrying the effort of constant completion. Over time, this becomes easier. The urge to finish every thought weakens. The need for closure fades. The mind becomes more comfortable with openness.
You begin to see that clarity does not always come from completing thoughts.
Sometimes it comes from leaving them alone. The Stoics trusted this. They did not chase every idea to its end. They allowed the mind to settle by not feeding every process. They understood that wisdom includes knowing when to stop thinking, not just how to think. This creates a different relationship with your thoughts. You are no longer trying to control them. You are allowing them to exist without needing to change them.
And in that allowance, something shifts.
The noise begins to soften. The tension begins to release. The system begins to rest.
Not because the mind is empty, but because it is no longer working unnecessarily.
You can lie down with unfinished thoughts
And still feel at ease. You can sit in silence without needing answers and still feel complete. You can allow the mind to remain open without feeling disturbed. This is where a deeper kind of calm appears, not from having everything resolved, but from not needing it to be. And as that understanding settles in, the nervous system begins to experience something it has been waiting for.
A break from constant mental effort.
A space where nothing needs to be finished, and everything can simply be as it is. And as the mind becomes more comfortable leaving things unfinished, as thoughts begin to pass without needing to be completed, another layer quietly comes forward, not from what you are thinking, but from what you have been holding back. Because even when the mind is quieter, the body can still carry what was never allowed to be felt. There is a kind of heaviness that does not come from the present moment. It comes from what was pushed aside, feelings that were not expressed, reactions that were held in, moments that were moved past too quickly. At the time, it may have felt necessary to stay strong, to keep going, to not show too much. So the emotion was set aside, not released, just delayed. And the body remembers that. Not as a story, but as tension. It shows up in quiet ways. A tightness that does not fully leave, a sense of pressure without a clear cause, a fatigue that lingers even when there is no obvious reason for it.
This is not random.
It is stored experience. When an emotion is not allowed to move, it does not disappear. It settles somewhere in the system. It stays, not as a thought, but as a feeling that has not completed its natural course. Over time, these stored emotions begin to build, one layer over another, and slowly the body begins to carry more than it needs to.
The Stoics are often misunderstood here.
They are thought to have suppressed emotion, but what they practiced was different. They aimed to understand emotion, to observe it clearly, and to prevent it from turning into something destructive. They did not ignore what they felt. They allowed it to be seen without being controlled by it. This is the key difference. Suppression holds emotion in place. Awareness allows it to move. When something is avoided, it tightens. The body braces around it. The breath becomes restricted. The system holds the feeling instead of letting it pass.
This creates internal pressure.
Not because the emotion is too strong, but because it is not being allowed to flow. You may notice this in moments where something small creates a strong reaction, not because of the moment itself, but because it connects to something already stored. The response feels larger than expected. This is how suppressed emotion reveals itself, not directly, but through accumulation.
The way forward is not through force.
You do not need to dig into every past experience. You do not need to relive everything. The body does not release through pressure. It releases through permission. Permission to feel without pushing it away. Permission to notice without judgment. Permission to let something rise without trying to control it. This may feel unfamiliar,
Because the habit has been to move away from discomfort.
but when you stay with it gently, something begins to change. The emotion does not stay as strong as expected. It moves, it shifts, it softens, because it is no longer being held in place. The body responds to this. The tension that was wrapped around the feeling begins to loosen. The breath deepens. The sense of pressure begins to reduce. This is not something dramatic. It is quiet, a small release, a subtle shift, a moment where something feels lighter.
These moments are important because they show that the system is capable of letting go, not all at once, but gradually. Each time you allow a feeling to exist without avoiding it, you create a new experience for the body. One where emotion is not something to be feared or suppressed, but something that can move through and leave. This reduces build-up, because the system no longer needs to store what is not processed.
The Stoics practiced this through reflection.
They would review their day, not to judge themselves, but to understand their reactions, to see what they felt without avoiding it, to bring awareness to what might otherwise remain hidden. This awareness prevents accumulation, because what is seen clearly does not need to be stored in the same way. Over time, this creates lightness. The body no longer carries as much. The mind no longer feels as heavy. The tension that once felt constant begins to fade. Not because you removed emotion, but because you stopped holding it in place. You still feel, but you do not suppress. You allow. And in that allowance, something changes. The body begins to trust that it does not have to hold everything, that it can experience and then release, that it can move through feelings without being stuck in them. This trust reduces tightness. The constant bracing softens. The breath opens. The system begins to settle. And in that settling, something important returns. A sense of space, not just in the mind, but in the body. A space where you are no longer carrying what was never meant to stay. And as that space grows, the nervous system finally begins to feel what it has been waiting for. Not pressure, but release. And as that sense of release begins to open space within you, another quiet realization starts to take shape. Not everything that appears in your mind belongs to you. Not every thought needs to be carried. Not every feeling needs to be held. And when you begin to see that clearly, something inside you loosens even more. There is a difference between having a thought and becoming that thought. But most people never notice the line between the two. A thought appears, and it is taken as truth. A feeling rises, and it becomes identity. A moment happens, and it defines the entire state. This is where the body begins to tighten again. Because when you attach to every thought, you carry all of them. You move with them. You react to them. You feel as if they are happening to you instead of simply passing through. And the nervous system responds to this attachment. It treats each thought as something important, something that needs attention, something that might require action. And with that, the body stays engaged, even when there is no real reason to be. This is where detachment becomes powerful, not as distance from life, but as space within it. Stoic detachment is not about pushing thoughts away. It is not about ignoring what you feel. It is about seeing clearly that a thought is just that, a thought. It appears, it exists, and it can pass. When you begin to separate yourself from your thoughts, something changes in the body. The urgency reduces, because the thought is no longer seen as something that must be followed. It becomes something you can observe without stepping into it. This creates calm, not because the thoughts stop, but because they lose their weight. You may notice this in simple moments. A thought appears that would normally create tension. Instead of engaging, you observe it. You see it as something moving through the mind, not something that defines you. And in that moment, the body does not react the same way. The breath remains steady. The muscles do not tighten. The system stays balanced. This is not suppression.
The thought is still there,
but you are not inside it. This is the shift from involvement to observation. The Stoics practiced this regularly. They understood that the mind produces impressions constantly,
But they did not treat all of them as important. They questioned them. They observed them. They created space between themselves and what appeared in their awareness. This space is what protects the nervous system.
Because when you are not attached to every thought, you are not pulled into every reaction. You begin to notice that thoughts come and go on their own. They rise, they change, they disappear.
And when you stop holding on to them, they move more freely.
The body learns from this. Each time you observe instead of engage, you send a signal that says, this is not something that requires action. And with that signal, the system relaxes.
The constant activation begins to fade. The need to respond to every mental event decreases. The tension that comes from over-identification begins to dissolve.
Over time, this becomes natural. You no longer feel like you are inside every thought. You begin to feel like you are watching them pass.
This creates a sense of lightness,
because you are no longer carrying everything the mind produces. You begin to see that not every thought is true. Not every thought is important. Not every thought needs your attention. This understanding reduces pressure. The mind becomes quieter, not because it has stopped thinking, but because it is no longer being followed constantly.
The body reflects this quiet.
The breath deepens, the tension softens. The system begins to rest, even while thoughts are present. This is where relaxation deepens, not through controlling the mind, but through stepping back from it.
The Stoics found freedom in this.
They did not try to eliminate thoughts. They changed their relationship with them. They understood that peace does not come from having no thoughts, but from not being disturbed by them. And as you begin to practice this, something changes. The thoughts that once felt overwhelming become manageable. The feelings that once felt consuming become lighter. The body that once stayed tense begins to relax more easily.
Because you are no longer holding on to everything.
You are allowing it to pass.
And in that allowance, something quiet and steady begins to grow. A sense that you are not your thoughts.
A sense that you do not have to follow every mental path.
A sense that you can remain where you are, even as the mind continues to move. This is where calm becomes stable, not because the mind is silent,
but because you are no longer inside its noise.
And as that distance deepens, the nervous system begins to experience something it has not felt in a long time, a break from constant engagement,
a space where nothing needs to be carried,
and a body that can finally rest, because it is no longer reacting to everything the mind creates. And as that distance from your thoughts begins to feel more natural, as you notice that you don't have to step into everything the mind produces, another shift quietly becomes possible. Not just observing thoughts, but choosing not to follow them at all. And in that choice, something even lighter begins to take shape. There is a moment that happens so quickly it is often missed. A thought appears, and before you notice it, you are already inside it,
following it, expanding it, becoming part of it.
This happens again and again, not because you choose it, but because it has become a habit. The mind produces a thought, and the system responds automatically. It moves with it, as if every thought is a path that must be walked. But here is something simple and powerful. Not every thought needs to be followed. In fact, most do not. The habit of mental engagement is what keeps the mind active. It is what turns a single thought into a chain. It is what creates the loops, the overthinking, the tension that builds without clear reason. And the nervous system responds to this engagement. Each thought you follow becomes a signal that something is happening, something that may require attention, reaction, or preparation. And so the body stays involved, even when nothing real is taking place.
This is where non-engagement changes everything.
Not by stopping thoughts.
But by not stepping into them. A thought appears, and you notice it, but you do not continue it. You do not add to it. You do not build on it. You let it be. This may feel unfamiliar at first. There is a pull to continue, a sense that you should think it through, understand it, finish it. But when you choose not to engage, you begin to see something different. The thought does not stay as long. It does not grow. It fades, because thoughts need attention to continue. Without engagement, they lose their momentum. The Stoics practiced this in a quiet way. They did not try to control every thought. They focused on their response to thoughts. They allowed them to appear, but they chose which ones to engage with and which ones to leave alone. This created clarity, because the mind was no longer filled with unnecessary activity. You begin to notice that many thoughts are repetitive. They return in different forms, but carry the same energy, the same concern, the same pattern. And when you engage with them each time, they feel important. But when you stop engaging, you see them for what they are. Passing patterns, not commands, not truths, just movement in the mind. This recognition reduces their power.
Because you no longer treat them as something that needs to be followed.
You begin to sit with the experience differently. A thought appears, and you remain where you are. Another thought follows, and you do the same. The mind continues to produce, but you do not move with it. This creates stillness, not because the mind has stopped, but because you have stopped reacting to it. The body responds to this stillness. The constant activation begins to fade. The tension that comes from mental activity softens. The system begins to rest, even while thoughts are present. You may notice moments where the mind feels quiet, not because there are no thoughts, but because there is no engagement. There is space between thoughts.
Around thoughts.
A sense that you are not inside them, but aware of them. This space is where calm grows, because the nervous system no longer feels like it must stay active. It no longer treats every thought as something that requires a response. It begins to settle into a more balanced state.
Over time, this becomes easier. The urge to follow thoughts weakens. The habit of engagement fades. The mind becomes less crowded.
You begin to choose where your attention goes. Not every thought deserves it. Not every idea needs to be explored. Not every mental path needs to be walked. This choice creates freedom. Freedom from constant thinking. Freedom from endless loops. Freedom from the pressure to understand everything.
The Stoics valued this freedom.
They understood that the mind can be its own source of disturbance if left unchecked. But when you learn to not engage with everything, the mind becomes a quieter place. Not empty, but calm. And in that calm, the body finds rest, because it is no longer reacting to every mental movement. It is no longer preparing for things that are not happening. It is no longer carrying the weight of constant engagement. Instead, it begins to feel light, steady, at ease. And as this continues, something important becomes clear. You do not need to stop thoughts to find peace. You only need to stop following them. And in that simple shift, the nervous system finally experiences what it has been missing.
A break.
A space.
A quiet where nothing needs to be done, and everything is allowed to pass. And as that habit of not following every thought begins to settle, as the mind learns it does not have to chase everything it creates, another quiet pressure begins to reveal itself. Not the pressure to think more, but the pressure to think perfectly, to understand everything clearly, to always be certain, always composed,
always in control of what is happening inside your mind. There is a silent expectation many people carry, that their mind should always be clear, that they should always know what to think, that confusion means something is wrong, that uncertainty needs to be fixed immediately. And when the mind does not meet that expectation, tension begins to build. You may notice it in moments where you feel unsure, when your thoughts feel scattered, when you cannot find a clear answer. Instead of allowing it, the mind begins to resist it, trying to organize everything, trying to make sense of every detail, trying to remove the discomfort of not knowing. This effort creates pressure. Because the mind is being asked to do something it cannot always do. Clarity does not exist all the time. Sometimes thoughts are messy. Sometimes understanding takes time. Sometimes there is no clear answer in the moment. But when you expect perfection, even these natural states begin to feel like problems. The nervous system responds to this expectation. It treats confusion as something that needs to be resolved quickly. It stays active, searching, analyzing, trying to reach a point where everything makes sense, and when that point does not come, it keeps going.
This is where mental exhaustion begins,
Not from thinking itself, but from the pressure to think perfectly. The Stoics understood something that softens this completely.
They accepted that the mind is not always clear.
They did not demand constant certainty from themselves. They allowed for moments of not knowing. They understood that confusion is not failure. It is part of the process of understanding. This changes how the mind feels. Instead of trying to remove confusion, you allow it. A thought feels unclear, and you let it be. An answer does not come, and you do not force it. The mind feels scattered, and you do not try to organize it immediately. This removes pressure, because the system no longer feels like it is being pushed to perform. You begin to see that confusion is not dangerous. It does not need to be solved right away. It can exist without creating stress. At first, this may feel uncomfortable. There is a habit of wanting clarity, a belief that things should make sense, that you should understand what is happening inside your mind. But when you stop demanding that clarity, something shifts. The mind begins to relax, not because everything is clear, but because it is no longer being forced to be. This creates space. The thoughts that once felt tangled begin to settle on their own. The mind organizes itself naturally, without pressure. Clarity begins to appear, not because you pushed for it, but because you allowed time for it. The body responds to this release. The tension that comes from trying to think perfectly begins to soften. The sense of strain in the mind reduces. The system no longer feels like it must stay active to resolve confusion. You may notice a different kind of calm. Not the calm of having all the answers, but the calm of not needing them. This is a deeper form of ease.
because it does not depend on clarity.
It exists even when things are uncertain. The Stoics trusted this. They knew that the mind becomes clearer when it is not pressured, that forcing understanding creates more confusion, not less, that patience with your own thoughts is a form of wisdom.
Over time, this becomes natural.
The need for mental perfection fades. The discomfort of not knowing reduces. The mind becomes more flexible, more open. You begin to move through your thoughts with less resistance, allowing them to be unclear, allowing them to be incomplete, allowing them to take time. This changes your relationship with your own mind. You are no longer trying to control every thought. You are allowing the mind to function in its natural rhythm. And in that rhythm, something important returns. A sense of ease. Not because everything is understood, but because nothing is being forced. The nervous system responds to this deeply.
It no longer stays activated in response to confusion. It no longer treats uncertainty as a threat. It begins to rest, even when things are not fully clear. And in that rest, the mind begins to feel lighter, less pressured, less strained, more open. Not perfect, but at peace. And as that peace settles in, something becomes clear.
You were never meant to have a perfect mind.
You are meant to have a free one.
And freedom begins. The moment you stop demanding perfection from your thoughts.
And as that pressure to think perfectly begins to dissolve, as the mind learns, it can be unclear without being in danger. Another quiet doorway opens, not through thought, but through the body. Because beneath all the thinking, beneath all the effort to understand, there is something more immediate. Something that has been there the entire time, waiting to be noticed. There is a kind of knowing that does not come from thinking. It comes from feeling. Not emotions in the way you usually describe them, but simple sensations. The way your breath moves, the weight of your body resting, the subtle signals that are always present, but often ignored. For a long time, attention has been pulled outward or upward into thought. The body has been there, but not fully listened to. It has carried tension quietly without being noticed. It has held patterns without being questioned.
And without awareness, those patterns continue.
The nervous system responds to what you notice. If your attention is always on thoughts, the body remains in the background. It continues its patterns without interruption. But when your attention returns to the body, something begins to shift, not through force, but through presence. You begin to notice small things, the rise and fall of your breath, the contact between your body and the surface beneath you, the areas where tension is being held. These are not problems to fix, they are signals to observe. Gentle awareness does not try to change what is felt. It simply notices.
A tightness in the shoulders, and you stay with it. A shallow breath, and you observe it. A sensation of heaviness, and you allow it to be there.
This may seem simple, but it changes the system, because when you bring attention to the body without judgment, you create safety. You are not telling the body that something is wrong. You are not trying to correct it. You are simply acknowledging what is there. And that acknowledgement allows the body to respond. The tension that is noticed without resistance begins to soften. The breath that is observed without pressure begins to deepen. The system begins to regulate, not because you forced it, but because you stopped interfering. This is the difference between control and awareness.
Control creates pressure.
Awareness creates space. The Stoics practiced a form of this, even if they did not describe it in the same way. They returned their attention to what was present, to what was real, instead of getting lost in imagination or reaction. They grounded themselves in the moment, in what could be directly experienced. This grounding is what calms the nervous system.
Because the body lives in the present.
It does not exist in the past or the future. It responds to what is happening now. And when your attention joins it there, the system begins to settle. You may notice this in moments where you shift your focus from thinking to feeling, from analyzing to noticing, from reacting to simply being present with what is there. At first, the mind may try to pull you back.
It may suggest that you should be doing something more, that just noticing is not enough, that you should fix the tension, change the breath, improve the feeling.
But when you stay with gentle awareness, without following that urge, something begins to happen. The body adjusts on its own. The breath finds its natural rhythm. The muscles release without being told. The sense of pressure begins to fade.
This happens because the system no longer feels judged. It no longer feels like it is being corrected. It feels seen, and being seen without pressure creates safety.
Over time, this becomes more natural.
You begin to check in with your body without needing a reason. You notice how you feel, not to change it, but to understand it. You develop a quiet connection with your physical experience instead of living only in thought. This connection reduces tension. Because the body is no longer ignored, it is included. And when it is included, it begins to communicate more clearly. You notice tension earlier. You notice fatigue before it becomes overwhelming. You notice subtle shifts before they turn into stronger reactions. This awareness allows you to respond gently, not with force, not with urgency, but with presence. And in that presence, something important grows, a sense of trust. Trust in your body's signals, trust in your ability to notice without needing to fix. Trust that awareness itself is enough to begin change. The nervous system responds to this trust. It no longer stays guarded. It no longer holds tension unnecessarily. It begins to rest in the experience of being noticed without pressure. And in that rest, the body feels lighter, not because everything is perfect, but because nothing is being pushed. There is space, a quiet openness where sensations can rise and fall without resistance. And in that openness, something steady begins to return. A calm that comes from being connected, not to your thoughts, but to yourself. And as that connection deepens, the nervous system finds something it recognizes. Not control, not correction,
But care.
a gentle awareness that says, you are allowed to feel this, and you do not have to change it for it to begin changing on its own. And as that gentle awareness begins to feel natural, as you learn to notice without pressure, another quiet habit starts to reveal itself, not from what you feel, but from how closely you watch yourself. The constant checking, the constant evaluating, the constant need to see if you are doing it right. And without realizing it, that effort becomes another form of tension. There is a kind of watching that does not bring peace. It brings pressure, a constant looking inward, not with curiosity, but with judgment, not to understand, but to correct. The mind keeps checking. Am I calm enough? Am I doing this right? Why do I still feel this way? Should I be better by now?
This creates a loop.
You feel something, and then you analyze it. You notice a thought, and then you question it. You experience a moment, and then you evaluate how well you handled it. At first, this can seem helpful.
It feels like awareness.
But over time, it becomes something else.
It becomes monitoring, and monitoring keeps the system active because the mind is no longer just experiencing, it is observing and judging at the same time. It is not allowing the moment to unfold. It is measuring it, comparing it, trying to improve it while it is happening. This creates tension. The body does not relax when it is being watched closely. It feels like it is under pressure, even if that pressure is coming from within. It stays slightly alert, slightly tight, as if it needs to perform. This is where exhaustion begins, not from what you are doing, but from how much you are analyzing yourself while doing it. The Stoics practiced awareness, but not in this way. They observed without turning it into constant self-judgment. They reflected, but they did not monitor every moment as it happened. They allowed life to move, and then they learned from it, instead of trying to control it in real time. This creates ease, because when you stop watching yourself so closely, you begin to experience things more naturally. You breathe without checking your breath. You feel without analyzing the feeling. You act without evaluating every step. This does not mean you lose awareness. It means your awareness becomes softer, less intrusive, less demanding, more supportive.
You begin to trust your own process.
Not every moment needs to be observed in detail. Not every feeling needs to be understood immediately. Not every action needs to be measured.
Some things can simply happen.
And when they do, the body responds differently. The tension that comes from being watched begins to fade. The sense of needing to perform disappears. The system no longer feels like it is under constant evaluation.
It begins to relax.
At first, this may feel unfamiliar. There may be a habit of checking, a tendency to return to monitoring, to analyzing, to questioning. But when you notice this habit, instead of following it, you step back.
You allow yourself to just be.
Without measuring, without correcting, without improving. This creates space, and in that space, the mind begins to settle. Because it is no longer doing two things at once. It is not experiencing and analyzing at the same time. It is simply present. This presence reduces effort. The constant mental activity slows. The need to evaluate weakens. The system begins to move in a more natural rhythm.
You may notice moments where you forget to monitor yourself,
where you are simply there, not thinking about how you are doing, just being.
These moments are important
because they show the system that it does not need to stay in that state of constant observation, that it can exist without checking itself all the time. Over time, these moments become more frequent.
The habit of monitoring softens. The need to analyze reduces. The mind becomes quieter, not because you forced it, but because you stopped adding extra layers of activity. This brings relief,
not because everything is perfect, but because you are no longer trying to perfect everything. The Stoics trusted that awareness does not need to be intense to be effective. That clarity comes from stepping back, not from watching more closely. That the mind functions best when it is not under constant scrutiny.
And as you begin to live this way, something changes.
You feel lighter, not because you removed thoughts, but because you removed the pressure around them. The body no longer feels like it must perform. The mind no longer feels like it must evaluate every moment. There is space to exist without being watched. And in that space, something quiet returns. Ease, a sense of moving through your experience without needing to control it in real time.
And as that ease settles in, the nervous system begins to rest more deeply. Not because you are doing everything right,
but because you are no longer checking if you are. And as that constant self-monitoring begins to fade, as the mind stops watching itself so closely, something unexpected can arise. Not more tension, but a strange kind of discomfort in the very moment you begin to feel calm, a quiet unease that seems to appear for no clear reason. And this is where many people become confused, because peace itself can feel unfamiliar. There is a moment when everything slows down, and instead of relief, there is uncertainty. The mind becomes quieter. The body softens. The usual tension is not there. And yet, something feels off. Not wrong, just unfamiliar. This is not because calm is dangerous.
It is because the system is not used to it.
For a long time, the body has been living in a different state.
A state of alertness, a state of readiness, a state where something always needed attention.
That state became normal. Even if it was uncomfortable, it was familiar.
And the nervous system trusts what is familiar, even when it is not helpful.
So when calm begins to appear, the system does not immediately relax into it. It questions it.
It scans for something missing. It looks for the next thing to react to. It wonders if it should be doing something. This creates a subtle tension, not from danger, but from unfamiliarity.
You may notice this in quiet moments.
When everything is still, but your mind looks for something to think about. When your body begins to relax, but you feel the urge to move or check something. When there is nothing wrong, but it feels like there should be. This is the system adjusting, not resisting calm, but learning it. The Stoics understood that the mind is shaped by habit. What you repeat becomes what feels natural. If you spend time in stress, the body adapts to stress. If you spend time in urgency, the system begins to expect it. And when that pattern changes, there is a period where the new state feels unfamiliar. This is where patience becomes important, because calm is not something the system fully accepts immediately.
It needs to experience it, again and again.
Each moment of stillness becomes a reference point. A moment where nothing happens and nothing goes wrong. A moment where the body relaxes and it is safe. A moment where the mind quiets and nothing needs to be fixed. These moments begin to build trust. The system starts to recognize that calm is not a threat. It is not something to question. It is not something to escape. It is something to settle into.
At first, this settling may feel incomplete. The calm may come and go. The mind may return to old patterns. The body may shift back into tension. This is normal.
It is not a failure. It is part of the process, because the system is moving from what it knows to what it is learning. Over time, this changes. The moments of calm last longer. The discomfort around stillness begins to fade. The need to return to old patterns weakens.
You begin to feel more at ease in quiet.
Not because you forced it, but because it has become familiar. The Stoics trusted this process. They did not expect immediate transformation. They understood that the mind adapts through repetition, that what feels strange at first becomes natural with time. And as you continue to allow calm, without questioning it, something shifts.
The body begins to accept it.
The nervous system stops scanning for problems in moments of peace. It no longer treats stillness as something unusual. It begins to rest more fully. You may notice a different feeling.
A sense of comfort in quiet. A willingness to stay in stillness. A lack of urgency where there used to be pressure.
This is not something you create.
It is something you grow into, because calm is not foreign.
It only felt that way because it was unfamiliar, and now it is becoming known. The body remembers what it feels like to not be on guard. The mind begins to trust that it does not always need to be active. The system settles into a new baseline, one where peace is not questioned, but accepted. And as that acceptance deepens, something important returns, a sense of home, not in a place, but within yourself. A quiet knowing that you can be still and nothing is missing, that you can rest and nothing is wrong, and that this calm, which once felt unfamiliar, is now something your system recognizes as safe. And as that sense of calm begins to feel more familiar, as your body slowly learns that stillness is not something to question, another quiet truth begins to take shape, not about what you do once, but about what you return to again and again. Because real change does not come from intensity, it comes from repetition. There is a common belief that healing must be powerful to be effective, that you need a breakthrough moment, a sudden shift, a strong effort that changes everything at once. But the nervous system does not work that way. It does not respond best to force. It responds to
Consistency. Small actions, repeated gently, create deeper change than intense effort that happens only once.
You may notice this in your own experience.
A moment of calm that feels good, but disappears quickly. A strong attempt to relax that does not last. A powerful insight that fades by the next day. This happens because the system is not changed by one experience. It is shaped by patterns. The body learns what is safe through repetition, not through how strong a moment feels, but through how often it is experienced. Each time you pause, the system takes note. Each time you do not react, it learns something new. Each time you return to stillness, it begins to recognize it.
These moments may feel small,
Almost too small to matter, but they are building something.
a new baseline.
At first, the old patterns are stronger. The habit of tension, the habit of urgency, the habit of reacting quickly. These have been repeated many times, so they feel natural. But when you begin to introduce new patterns, even gently, even briefly, they begin to grow. A short moment of calm, repeated daily, becomes familiar. A simple pause, practiced often, becomes natural. A quiet breath, returned to again and again, becomes automatic. This is how the nervous system changes, not by being pushed, but by being shown. The Stoics understood this deeply. They practiced daily, not because each moment was powerful, but because each moment mattered. They returned to the same principles again and again. They trained their minds through repetition, not through intensity. They knew that strength comes from what is practiced consistently, not from what is felt strongly once. This removes pressure, because you no longer feel like you have to get it right all at once. You do not need to reach perfect calm in one moment. You do not need to fix everything in one day. You do not need a dramatic shift to begin changing. You only need to return, again and again, to the same simple actions, to the same quiet awareness, to the same gentle pause, to the same willingness to not react. Over time, this repetition becomes powerful. The body begins to recognize these patterns as safe.
It no longer treats them as new. It no longer questions them. It begins to follow them naturally.
You may notice this in subtle ways. Calm arrives more easily. Tension fades more quickly. The need to react becomes weaker. Not because you forced it, but because you practiced something different. This practice does not need to be long. It does not need to be perfect. It only needs to be consistent. Even a few moments, repeated regularly, are enough, because the nervous system is always learning.
Every moment is a signal
of safety, or a signal of stress. And when you choose small moments of calm, again and again, you begin to send a different message. A message that says, this is safe. The body listens, and slowly it begins to believe it. This belief changes everything. The system no longer reacts the same way. The baseline begins to shift. The constant tension begins to reduce. Not all at once, but steadily. And in that steadiness, something important happens. The process becomes easier. You no longer feel like you are trying so hard. You are simply continuing.
Returning to what works, without pressure, without force.
This is where real change happens. Not in one moment of intensity, but in many moments of consistency. The Stoics trusted this. They knew that lasting calm is built slowly, that the mind becomes steady through practice, not through sudden transformation. That repetition shapes who you become.
And as you continue in this way, something begins to settle deeply. A sense that you are not starting over each time.
You are building. Each moment adds to the next. Each pause strengthens the last. Each return makes it easier to return again.
And over time, what once felt difficult becomes natural.
The body learns. The mind adapts. The system shifts. Not because you forced it, but because you stayed with it. And in that steady rhythm, the nervous system finally receives what it has needed all along.
Not intensity,
but consistency.
A quiet, repeated signal that it is safe to relax. And as that steady rhythm begins to shape your inner world, as you learn that calm grows through repetition, another quiet source of tension begins to reveal itself, not from within your own thoughts this time, but from how you relate to others. The subtle pressure to be understood, to be seen clearly, to be accepted without misinterpretation. And when that does not happen, something inside tightens again. There is a silent effort many people carry in their interactions.
an effort to explain themselves fully, to make sure nothing is misunderstood, to be seen exactly as they are.
It often feels reasonable, because being understood feels safe. But when that need becomes constant, it creates strain. You may notice it in conversations. When you replay what you said, wondering if it came across the right way. When you feel the urge to clarify, even when it is not necessary. When someone misunderstands you, and it lingers longer than it should. This is where social tension begins, not always from what is said, but from what is expected. The expectation that others must fully understand you in order for you to feel at ease.
But this expectation is difficult to maintain because people see through their own perspectives. They interpret based on their own experiences.
And no matter how clearly you speak, there will always be moments where you are not fully understood.
This is not failure.
It is reality. The Stoics understood this. They knew that trying to control how others perceive you creates unnecessary pressure. They focused on their own actions, their own intentions, their own clarity, and allowed others to interpret as they would. This shift reduces tension, because you are no longer trying to manage something that is not fully within your control. You begin to speak without over-explaining. You express without needing perfect interpretation. You allow space for others to understand in their own way.
This does not mean you stop communicating clearly.
It means you release the need for complete control over how you are received.
At first, this may feel uncomfortable.
There may be a habit of wanting to correct misunderstandings immediately, a pull to explain more, to clarify further, to make sure everything is aligned. But when you pause and allow things to be as they are, something changes. The body relaxes, because it is no longer holding the pressure of being perfectly understood. The breath becomes easier. The tension in the chest softens. The mind stops replaying every detail. This creates freedom, not from connection, but from pressure.
You begin to notice that not every misunderstanding needs to be fixed, that not every interaction needs to be perfect, that you can remain at ease, even when others do not fully see you.
This does not reduce your value. It protects your energy, because trying to ensure that everyone understands you completely is exhausting. It keeps the mind active, the body tense, the system engaged in a way that does not allow rest. But when you release that need, something opens. You begin to feel lighter in your interactions, less guarded, less reactive, less concerned with how everything is perceived.
You become more present,
not focused on managing impressions, but on simply being where you are.
The Stoics practiced this through acceptance. They accepted that they could not control others' opinions, that their role was to act with clarity and integrity, not to shape every perception. This allowed them to move through social situations with steadiness.
You begin to experience this steadiness.
A sense that you do not need to adjust yourself constantly, that you do not need to explain every detail, that you can allow space for misunderstanding without it becoming a source of tension. This reduces internal stress, because the mind is no longer replaying conversations endlessly. It is no longer searching for ways to be better understood. It begins to rest, even after interaction. Over time, this becomes natural. The need to be understood by everyone weakens. The pressure to explain everything fades. The body remains more relaxed in social situations. You still connect, you still communicate.
But you no longer carry the weight of needing perfect alignment.
This changes how you feel around others. There is less tension,
Less anticipation, less internal pressure.
and in that space something important returns: ease.
Not because everyone understands you,
But because you no longer need them to. The nervous system responds to this deeply. It no longer stays on guard in every interaction. It no longer prepares for constant correction or explanation. It begins to settle into a more relaxed state, even in the presence of others. And in that state, you begin to feel something that was often hidden by pressure: a quiet confidence, not in how you are seen, but in how you exist.
and as that confidence grows, the tension that once followed you through every interaction begins to fade.
Leaving behind something simpler, a presence that does not need to prove, explain, or convince, just to be. And that is enough. And as that need to be understood by everyone begins to loosen, as you stop carrying the pressure of constant explanation, something else becomes clear. Not just how you relate to others, but how much energy you have been spending without noticing. Because every explanation, every defense, every attempt to clarify yourself quietly drains something from you. There is a kind of exhaustion that comes from explaining too much, not always in long conversations, but in small, repeated moments. When you feel the need to justify your choices, when you try to make others see things exactly as you do, when you keep adding more words, hoping it will finally be enough. At first it feels necessary, because being understood feels like resolution, but over time it becomes a habit, a reflex to explain, even when it is not needed. And this habit carries a cost. Each explanation requires mental effort. You organize your thoughts, you choose your words carefully, you try to anticipate how they will be received. At the same time, your body stays engaged, slightly tense, slightly alert, waiting for the response. This is energy being used, not just once, but repeatedly. The nervous system does not reset between each of these moments. It carries the engagement forward, and over time, this creates fatigue.
Not because you are doing too much physically,
but because you are constantly managing how you are perceived. The Stoics understood the value of restraint here. They did not feel the need to explain themselves in every situation. They spoke when it was useful and remained silent when it was not. They conserved their energy by choosing where to engage instead of responding to every expectation. This is where protection begins, not by withdrawing completely,
But by being selective, you begin to notice when explanation is truly needed and when it is not.
Not every situation requires justification. Not every opinion needs to be defended. Not every misunderstanding needs to be corrected. When you see this clearly, something changes. You pause before explaining. You feel the urge, but you do not always follow it. And in that pause, you begin to conserve energy. The body responds immediately. The tension that comes from preparing an explanation begins to soften. The mind does not need to organize everything at once. The system remains more at ease. You may notice this in simple moments. A situation arises where you would normally explain yourself in detail, and instead you keep it simple.
Or you say nothing at all.
And nothing is lost. The moment passes. The interaction continues. The weight you would have carried is not there. This creates relief.
Because you are no longer using energy unnecessarily.
Over time, this becomes a natural shift. You begin to speak with intention, not more, but less. And what you say carries more clarity, because it is not driven by pressure.
This is not about withholding.
It is about conserving. Your mental and emotional resources are not unlimited. They are affected by how often you engage, how much you explain, how much you try to manage every interaction. When you reduce unnecessary explanation, you protect those resources. You begin to feel more steady, less drained after conversations, less preoccupied with what was said, less caught in cycles of replaying and refining.
The mind becomes quieter.
Because it is no longer working to justify everything. The body becomes lighter, because it is no longer holding the tension of constant engagement. The Stoics valued this kind of economy, not in a material sense, but in how they used their attention and energy. They knew that unnecessary effort weakens the system, that clarity comes from simplicity, that strength includes knowing when not to act. And as you begin to live this way, something changes. You no longer feel the need to prove yourself in every moment. You no longer feel the pressure to explain every decision. You begin to trust that your actions can stand on their own.
This trust creates calm.
Because the mind is not constantly preparing explanations. The body is not staying engaged in every interaction. There is space between what happens and how much you give to it. This space protects you.
Not by isolating you, but by allowing you to move through life without carrying unnecessary weight.
Over time, this becomes a quiet strength. You speak when it matters. You remain silent when it does not. You engage with intention, not out of habit.
And in that shift, something important returns.
Energy, not the kind that comes from doing more, but the kind that remains when you stop doing what is not needed.
The nervous system responds to this.
It no longer stays activated in every interaction. It no longer prepares for constant explanation. It begins to rest even while you are engaged with others. And in that rest, something settles. A sense of balance. A feeling that you are no longer giving more than is required.
And as that balance deepens, the quiet exhaustion that once followed you begins to fade,
leaving behind something steady, a presence that does not need to explain itself to exist.
And that is where real conservation begins.
And as that energy begins to return, as you stop spending yourself on unnecessary explanation, something deeper begins to move within you, not from what you say or do, but from what you feel. Because even when the mind is quieter and the body is more at ease, emotions still come. And when they do, the way you meet them determines whether they pass or stay.
There is a natural rhythm to emotion.
It rises, it peaks, and it falls, like a wave.
But most people interrupt this rhythm.
Not intentionally, but out of habit. A feeling appears, and the instinct is to push it away, to control it, to understand it immediately, to reduce it as quickly as possible. And in doing so, the wave is not allowed to move. It gets held.
not fully felt, not fully released, just contained. This is where tension builds, because the body is designed to process emotion through movement, not resistance. When you resist a feeling, the system tightens around it. The breath becomes restricted. The muscles engage. The emotion does not disappear. It stays active beneath the surface. You may notice this in moments where something lingers longer than expected.
A feeling that does not pass.
A mood that stays without clear reason. A tension that does not fully release. This is not because the emotion is too strong. It is because it was not allowed to complete its cycle. The Stoics approached emotion differently. They did not fear feeling. They allowed it to be experienced, but without becoming controlled by it. They created space for emotion to move through them, instead of holding it in place. This is where the shift begins, not in trying to stop emotions, but in allowing them. A feeling rises, and you notice it. You feel it in the body, without pushing it away. You stay with it, without trying to change it. At first, this may feel uncomfortable,
because the habit has been to avoid.
but when you remain present, something begins to happen. The emotion moves. It may rise slightly, then soften, then shift into something else.
This is the natural process.
But it only happens when there is no resistance. You do not need to analyze the feeling. You do not need to explain it. You do not need to fix it. You only need to allow it to be there. This allowance creates space, and in that space, the body begins to release. The breath deepens, the muscles soften, the intensity begins to reduce, not because you forced it, but because you stopped holding it. The nervous system responds to this. It learns that emotion is not something to fear, that it does not need to brace or prepare, that it can experience a feeling and return to calm naturally. This reduces internal pressure, because the system no longer treats every emotion as something that must be controlled.
It begins to trust the process. You may notice that emotions pass more quickly, not because they are weaker,
but because they are no longer being resisted. A feeling comes and goes,
without leaving the same weight behind.
Over time, this becomes natural. You begin to feel without tension, to experience without holding, to allow without reacting. This creates a different relationship with your inner world.
You are no longer trying to manage every emotion.
You are allowing it to move, and in that movement, something changes. The build-up disappears. The body no longer carries layers of unprocessed feeling. The system begins to stay lighter, even when emotions arise. The Stoics trusted this flow. They knew that emotion, when observed and allowed, does not control the mind. It passes, it changes, it settles, but when resisted, it becomes something heavier. And as you begin to live this way, something important returns. A sense of ease with your own experience. You no longer fear what you feel. You no longer rush to change it. You allow it and let it move. The body responds to this deeply. It no longer braces against emotion. It no longer holds tension unnecessarily. It begins to relax, even in the presence of feeling. And in that relaxation, something steady begins to form. A calm that is not dependent on having no emotions,
but on not resisting them.
A space where everything can rise and fall without being held. And as that space grows, the nervous system finally experiences what it has needed. Not control, but flow. A natural movement where nothing is trapped and everything is allowed to pass. And as that natural flow of emotion begins to feel easier, as you allow feelings to rise and pass without holding them,
Another quiet tension begins to reveal itself, not from what you feel, but from what you are trying to control. The outcomes, the results, the way things turn out. And without realizing it, this effort creates a constant background strain.
There is a silent belief many people carry that if they think enough, plan enough, prepare enough,
they can control how things will unfold. It feels responsible. It feels smart. It feels like the right thing to do. But beneath it, there is pressure, because outcomes are never fully in your hands.
You can choose your actions, you can shape your effort, you can move with intention,
but the result is influenced by many things beyond you. Other people, timing, circumstances you cannot see. And when you try to control all of that, the body feels it.
it tightens.
The mind stays active, trying to predict, trying to prepare, trying to prevent things from going wrong. The system remains on edge, as if it must stay ready for every possible outcome. This creates anxiety, not because something is happening, but because something might happen. The Stoics saw this clearly.
They separated what is within control from what is not. They placed their attention on their own actions and released the rest.
Not because they did not care about outcomes, but because they understood that holding on to them creates unnecessary suffering.
This shift changes everything.
When a situation appears, instead of trying to control how it will end, you focus on what you can do now.
You act with clarity, you respond with intention, and then you allow the result to unfold.
At first, this may feel uncomfortable. There is a habit of holding on, of wanting certainty, of trying to make sure everything goes a certain way. Letting go of that grip can feel like losing control.
But what you begin to see is that the control was never complete.
The effort was real, but the outcome was never guaranteed. And when you release that illusion, the body responds. The tension reduces. The constant need to predict begins to soften. The mind no longer runs ahead trying to shape what has not yet happened. The system begins to settle into the present moment. You may notice a different feeling, a sense of doing what you can without carrying what you cannot. This creates relief, because you are no longer holding the weight of everything.
You are no longer trying to manage outcomes that are not fully yours to manage.
Over time, this becomes natural. You begin to act with more clarity, not because you control everything, but because you are focused on what is real. You prepare when needed, but you do not stay in preparation. You care about results, but you do not attach your peace to them. You move forward without needing to guarantee the outcome. This reduces anxiety, because anxiety often comes from trying to control what is uncertain.
When you release that need, the uncertainty remains, but the pressure does not.
The body no longer braces for every possibility. The mind no longer tries to solve what cannot be solved in advance. There is space to breathe, even in the presence of the unknown. The Stoics trusted this process. They understood that peace comes from aligning with what is within your control and accepting what is not. They did not waste energy on outcomes they could not guarantee. They placed their strength in action and their calm in acceptance. This creates a steady state, not one of passivity, but one of balance. You still care, you still act, you still move toward what matters, but you are no longer carrying the result before it happens.
This changes how the body feels.
The tightness in the chest softens. The breath becomes more natural. The constant anticipation begins to fade. You begin to feel present, not pulled into the future, not holding on to outcomes, but grounded in what is happening now.
And in that presence, something important returns. Freedom, not from uncertainty, but from the need to control it. The nervous system responds to this deeply. It no longer stays in a state of constant preparation. It no longer treats every situation as something that must be managed fully. It begins to rest, even while life continues to move. And in that rest, something settles, a quiet understanding that you can do what is yours to do and release what is not. And as that understanding deepens, the anxiety that once came from trying to control everything begins to fade, leaving behind something steady, a calm that does not depend on outcomes, but on your relationship with them. And in that relationship, there is finally space to act without tension,
To move without pressure.
to live without carrying what was never yours to hold. And as that grip on outcomes begins to loosen, as you stop carrying what was never fully yours to control, something else becomes visible. Not just what you're holding, but how much you've been doing to hold it. The constant effort, the quiet push behind everything. And once you see it clearly, a different kind of healing begins to make sense. There is a kind of tiredness that comes from doing too much. But there is another kind that comes from trying too hard, trying to fix everything, trying to improve constantly, trying to hold yourself together in every moment. It can look productive on the surface. It can even feel responsible. But underneath, it creates strain. Because the body is not built for constant effort. It needs rhythm, movement, and rest, action and release, effort and ease. When everything becomes effort, the system loses balance. You may notice this in subtle ways, a feeling that you can't fully relax, even when you stop working. A sense that something is always unfinished, a quiet pressure that follows you, even into moments of rest. This is not because you are doing too little. It is because you are doing too much. Internally. Too much trying. Too much pushing. Too much effort applied to moments that do not need it. The Stoics understood something simple, but often overlooked. Not everything requires effort. Some things improve when you stop interfering. This is where doing less becomes powerful, not as avoidance, but as alignment. You begin to notice where effort is unnecessary, where you are trying to control what is already unfolding, where you are adding pressure to something that would resolve on its own, where you are pushing yourself in moments that need softness, and instead of continuing, you pause, you step back, you allow. At first, this can feel uncomfortable, because effort has been associated with progress. It can feel like doing less means falling behind. But when you stay with it, something different begins to happen. The body responds. The tension that comes from constant effort begins to soften. The breath becomes easier. The mind slows down without needing to be forced. This is not a loss of control. It is a return to balance. You begin to see that not every moment needs to be managed. Some moments need to be experienced. Some need to be left alone. Some need no action at all. This reduces pressure because you are no longer applying effort everywhere. You begin to use energy more intentionally. Acting when needed, resting when possible, allowing when nothing is required. This creates space, and in that space the system begins to recover. The nervous system shifts out of constant engagement. It no longer feels like it must stay active all the time. It begins to settle into a more natural rhythm. You may notice this in small changes. Moments feel less heavy. Tasks feel more manageable.
The sense of being overwhelmed begins to fade.
Not because you removed everything, but because you removed the extra effort. The Stoics practiced this through simplicity.
They did not complicate what was already simple. They did not add effort where it was not needed. They moved with clarity, not with constant strain. This clarity reduces exhaustion, because much of the fatigue people feel is not from what they are doing, but from how much they are trying while doing it.
Over time, doing less becomes natural.
Not as a strategy, but as a state. You begin to trust that not everything needs your intervention, that some things will move on their own, that your role is not to control every moment, but to meet it as it is. This trust creates ease. The body no longer braces for constant effort. The mind no longer prepares for endless activity. The system begins to rest, even while you are awake. This is where balance returns, not forced, not controlled, but allowed. You still act, but you do not push unnecessarily. You still move forward, but you do not carry extra weight.
And in that shift, something important begins to restore. Energy.
Not the kind that comes from doing more,
but the kind that returns when you stop doing what is not needed.
The nervous system responds to this deeply. It no longer stays in a state of constant output. It begins to recover, to regulate, to settle into a rhythm that feels sustainable. And in that rhythm, something becomes clear. You do not need to do more to feel better.
You need to do less of what is not required.
And as that understanding settles in, the body begins to feel lighter. The mind begins to feel clearer. And the quiet exhaustion that once felt constant begins to fade, leaving behind something steady, a sense of balance, where effort and ease exist together, and where healing begins, not through force, but through release. And as that balance begins to return, as you feel what it's like to stop pushing in every direction, another quiet truth begins to surface. Not about what you do, but about how you treat yourself while doing it. Because even when you slow down, even when you do less, there can still be a subtle pressure underneath, and that pressure can quietly keep the system tense. There is a tone that runs through your inner world, not always in words, but in feeling. The way you respond to yourself when something feels off, the way you speak to yourself when you are tired, the way you react when you are not as calm as you expected to be. This tone matters because the nervous system does not only respond to what happens outside, it responds to how you treat yourself inside. If the tone is harsh, the body tightens. If the tone is demanding, the system prepares.
If the tone is critical, the mind stays alert,
even when nothing is wrong. You may notice this in quiet moments, when you feel tension and then judge yourself for it, when you feel tired and push yourself to keep going, when you are not calm and expect yourself to be. This creates pressure, not from the situation, but from the way you are responding to it. The Stoics understood the importance of this inner relationship. They practiced discipline, but not cruelty. They guided themselves, but did not attack themselves. They corrected their actions without turning against themselves. This created stability, because the mind was not in conflict with itself. And when there is no internal conflict, the body can relax. Kindness is not weakness. It is a signal that tells the nervous system it is safe. When you treat yourself gently, something shifts. The pressure reduces, the tension softens, the system begins to settle. This does not mean ignoring what needs attention. It means approaching it differently. Instead of forcing yourself to be calm, you allow yourself to be where you are. Instead of criticizing your reactions, you notice them with understanding. Instead of pushing through exhaustion, you acknowledge it. This creates a different experience. The body no longer feels like it must perform. It begins to trust that it is not being judged.
This trust is what allows recovery.
Because the system can only relax when it feels safe. And safety is not created through pressure.
It is created through kindness.
At first, this may feel unfamiliar. There may be a habit of being strict with yourself, a belief that pushing harder leads to better results, that being kind means losing control. But when you begin to soften that approach, something changes. You do not lose control, you gain stability. Because the system is no longer reacting to internal pressure, it begins to respond to support. You may notice this in small ways, a moment where you feel tension, and instead of reacting, you soften your response. A moment where you feel tired, and instead of pushing, you allow rest. A moment where your mind is active, and instead of forcing silence, you allow space. These moments create change, not through intensity,
but through consistency.
Each time you respond with kindness, you send a signal that says, you are safe as you are.
And the body listens.
The breath becomes easier. The muscles release. The mind becomes less defensive.
Over time, this becomes natural. The harsh tone fades. The pressure reduces. The system begins to move in a more balanced way. You begin to treat yourself as you would treat someone you care about.
With patience, with understanding, with space.
This changes everything. Because the nervous system no longer feels like it must protect against you, it begins to rest with you. The Stoics valued this kind of internal harmony. They knew that strength does not come from being hard on yourself, but from being steady with yourself. That clarity comes from calm, not from pressure. And as you begin to live this way, something important begins to settle. A sense of support, not from outside, but from within.
The body no longer feels like it is being pushed.
The mind no longer feels like it must defend itself. There is space.
A quiet, steady presence that does not demand, but allows.
And in that space, healing deepens. Not because you forced it,
but because you created the conditions for it.
The nervous system responds to this deeply. It no longer stays on guard. It no longer braces for pressure. It begins to relax into the experience of being treated gently. And in that relaxation, something returns. A sense of ease. A feeling that you are not fighting yourself. And as that feeling grows, the path becomes clearer. You do not need more pressure to heal. You need less and more kindness. In the way you meet yourself, moment by moment. And as that kindness begins to soften the way you meet yourself, another quiet tension begins to come into view, not from how you treat yourself in difficult moments, but from the constant effort to become better, to improve, to fix, to refine. And while that desire may seem positive, it can quietly turn into pressure that never lets you fully rest. There is a hidden anxiety in always trying to improve. It does not always feel like fear. Sometimes it feels like ambition. Sometimes it feels like discipline. Sometimes it feels like doing the right thing. But underneath it, there can be a constant message that who you are right now is not enough. That something needs to be fixed. That something needs to change. That you should be further along than you are. This message keeps the system active because it creates a sense of incompleteness. You may notice it in small ways, when you feel like you should be calmer than you are, when you think you should have already figured something out,
when you push yourself to improve, even in moments meant for rest. This creates a quiet tension, not because growth is wrong, but because the approach is driven by pressure.
The nervous system responds to this.
It stays engaged. It does not fully relax, because there is always something to fix, always something to improve, always something that is not yet enough. This turns self-improvement into a loop. You reach one point and then immediately look for the next.
You achieve calm and then question if it is enough. You make progress and then compare it to where you think you should be.
And so the system never settles, because it is always reaching. The Stoics approached growth differently. They valued improvement, but they did not rush it. They did not treat themselves as problems to be solved. They focused on living with awareness, with intention, with clarity, and allowed growth to follow naturally. This changes the experience, because you are no longer trying to fix yourself. You are allowing yourself to evolve. There is a difference. Fixing comes from rejection. Evolving comes from acceptance. When you try to fix yourself, you are constantly pointing out what is wrong. The mind stays focused on flaws, on gaps, on what needs to change. The body feels this as pressure. When you allow yourself to evolve, you begin from where you are. You acknowledge what is present without judgment. You move forward without rushing. You grow without needing to force the process. This reduces anxiety, because the system no longer feels like it is being corrected constantly. You may notice this shift in simple moments. A moment where you are not as calm as you expected, and instead of pushing, you allow it. A moment where you feel uncertain, and instead of fixing it, you stay with it. A moment where you are not improving, and you allow yourself to simply be.
These moments create relief,
Because the pressure to change is not there. Over time, this changes your relationship with growth. You still move forward, but you do not push yourself constantly. You still improve, but you do not treat yourself as broken. This creates balance, because growth is no longer tied to stress. It becomes something natural, something that happens as you live, not something you force at every moment. The nervous system responds to this deeply. It begins to rest, not because you stopped growing, but because you stopped pressuring yourself to grow all the time. You begin to feel more at ease in your current state. Not because everything is perfect, but because nothing is being rejected. This creates space. And in that space, growth happens more clearly. Because the mind is not clouded by pressure, the body is not tense from constant effort, there is room for understanding to develop, for change to occur, without being forced. The Stoics trusted this process. They knew that forcing improvement creates resistance. That real change comes from steady awareness, not constant correction. That patience with yourself is not weakness, it is wisdom. And as you begin to live this way, something shifts. The anxiety that once came from trying to fix everything begins to fade. The need to improve every moment softens. The system begins to settle into a rhythm that feels sustainable. You are still moving forward, but you are no longer running. You are still growing, but you are no longer forcing growth. And in that shift, something important returns. Peace with where you are,
not as a final state.
but as a foundation. A place where you can stand without pressure, and from that place, everything becomes lighter. The nervous system no longer feels like it must stay active to improve. It begins to rest, and in that rest, growth continues, quietly, naturally, without force, and for the first time, without stress. And as that pressure to constantly improve begins to soften, as you allow yourself to be where you are
Without trying to fix every moment, something deeper begins to surface. Not because something is wrong, but because there is now space to feel what has always been there. And in that space, discomfort may appear, not as a problem, but as something unfamiliar. There is a quiet habit most people carry. When discomfort appears, they move away from it. Quickly, a feeling rises, and they distract themselves. A tension shows up, and they try to fix it. An unease appears, and they look for something to replace it.
This happens almost automatically.
Not because you are weak, but because the system has learned to avoid what feels uncomfortable. At first, this seems helpful. Avoidance creates temporary relief. The feeling fades, the attention shifts, the moment passes. But what is avoided is not resolved. It stays beneath the surface, and over time, this creates sensitivity. Because the body never learns that it can handle discomfort. It only learns that it must escape it. This is where the cycle continues. Discomfort appears. You move away. It returns again, sometimes stronger, sometimes more persistent. Not because it is growing, but because it has never been fully experienced. The Stoics approached this differently. They did not run from discomfort. They faced it, calmly, without resistance. Not to suffer, but to understand. They allowed themselves to sit with what was present, without trying to escape it. This created resilience, not through force, but through familiarity. Because when you stay with discomfort, something changes.
The fear around it begins to fade.
You begin to see that it is not as overwhelming as it first appeared, that it rises, but it also settles, that it does not last forever, even if it feels intense at first. This is the shift from avoidance to presence. You may notice this in small moments. A feeling appears, and instead of moving away, you stay. A tension rises, and instead of fixing it, you observe it. An unease shows up, and you allow it to be there. At first, this may feel uncomfortable. The habit to escape may still be strong. The mind may suggest that you should do something, anything, to change the feeling.
But when you remain without reacting, something begins to happen.
The discomfort moves. It changes shape. It softens slightly. It loses some of its intensity because it is no longer being resisted. The body learns from this. Each time you stay with discomfort without escaping, you send a signal that says, "This is safe enough to feel." And with that signal, the nervous system begins to adjust. It no longer reacts as strongly. It no longer prepares for immediate escape. It begins to tolerate, and then to accept. This builds resilience, not by removing discomfort, but by changing your relationship with it.
You begin to trust that you can stay.
That you do not need to run, that you can experience what is present and remain steady. Over time, this becomes natural. The urge to escape weakens. The tolerance for discomfort increases. The system becomes more stable. You may notice that feelings pass more easily, not because they are weaker, but because you are not interrupting them. You allow them to move, and in that movement, they resolve. The Stoics trusted this process. They knew that strength comes from being able to remain steady in the presence of discomfort, that avoiding what is difficult creates weakness, but facing it with calm creates stability. This does not mean seeking discomfort. It means not running from it when it appears. You meet it as it is, without resistance, without urgency, without needing it to change immediately. This reduces tension,
because the body no longer braces against the feeling. It no longer prepares for escape. It begins to settle, even while the discomfort is present. This is where true resilience forms, not in moments of ease, but in moments where you remain, without reacting. You begin to feel a quiet strength, a sense that you can handle what arises without needing to move away from it.
And in that strength, something shifts.
The fear of discomfort fades. The need to escape reduces. The system becomes more grounded.
Because it has learned something important.
That discomfort is not something to avoid, but something that can be experienced and released. And as that understanding deepens, the nervous system begins to rest more fully.
Not because discomfort disappears,
but because it no longer creates the same reaction.
And in that stillness, something steady remains.
A calm that holds, even when things are not perfect. A presence that does not move, even when the feeling rises. And a quiet resilience, built not through force, but through staying. And as that ability to stay with discomfort begins to grow, as you learn that not everything needs to be escaped, another quiet habit begins to loosen. Not just the urge to move away from what feels uncomfortable, but the need to finish it, to resolve it, to close it completely. Because even when you can sit with discomfort, there can still be a pull to complete what feels unfinished.
There is a deep desire in the mind for closure.
To understand fully, to resolve completely, to reach a clear ending. It feels like peace lives there, at the end of the question, at the end of the situation, at the end of the uncertainty. But what happens when that ending does not come? When the conversation remains open, when the answer is not clear, when the situation does not resolve the way you expected, the mind keeps returning,
Trying to complete it.
again and again. This creates tension, not because something is happening now, but because something was never finished. The body feels this, a subtle pull, a quiet restlessness, a sense that something is still unresolved. And so the system stays slightly engaged, not fully at rest, not fully settled, always leaning toward completion.
but not everything in life offers closure.
Some conversations end without full understanding. Some relationships change without clear reasons. Some questions remain unanswered. And when you try to force closure where it does not exist, you create more tension.
The Stoics understood this.
They accepted that life does not always resolve neatly, that clarity is not always available, that some things remain open, and that this does not need to disturb your peace. This is where a deeper kind of calm begins, not from finishing everything, but from not needing to. You begin to allow things to remain as they are. A situation is unresolved, and you let it be. A question has no answer, and you do not chase it. A moment is incomplete, and you do not try to close it.
At first, this may feel uncomfortable.
There is a habit of seeking endings, a belief that peace comes after resolution, that without closure, something is missing.
But when you stay with the experience, something changes.
The tension begins to soften, not because the situation is resolved, but because the pressure to resolve it is gone. The body responds to this immediately. The constant pull toward completion fades. The system no longer feels like it must stay engaged. It begins to rest, even in the presence of the unfinished.
You may notice a different kind of quiet, a space where nothing is being chased, a moment where nothing needs to be concluded, a feeling of ease without a clear ending.
This is the shift, from needing closure to allowing openness. The Stoics practiced this through acceptance. They focused on what was present,
not on what was incomplete. They did not allow unresolved situations to disturb their internal state. They understood that peace does not come from everything being finished, but from how you relate to what is not. This changes everything, because you are no longer waiting for resolution to feel calm. You are allowing calm, even without it.
Over time, this becomes natural.
The need for closure weakens, the discomfort of the unfinished fades, the system becomes more stable. You begin to trust that not everything needs to be completed, that life can move forward, even with open loops, that peace is not dependent on having all the answers. This creates freedom. Freedom from constant mental return, freedom from replaying situations, freedom from the pressure to understand everything. The body reflects this freedom. The tension that once followed unresolved moments begins to disappear. The breath becomes steady. The system begins to settle. Even when things remain open, you no longer feel pulled back. You remain where you are, present.
Unburdened. Not because everything is finished,
but because nothing is being held. And in that space, something important returns. A quiet peace, not tied to endings, but to acceptance.
the nervous system responds to this deeply.
It no longer stays active around what is unresolved. It no longer prepares to fix what cannot be fixed in that moment. It begins to rest, even in the presence of uncertainty. And in that rest, something becomes clear. You do not need closure to feel complete. You do not need answers to be at ease.
You do not need endings to move forward.
Because peace was never waiting at the end. It was always available, the moment you stopped chasing it. And as that realization settles in, the system finally releases the quiet tension it has been holding.
Leaving behind something simple.
A presence that is not disturbed by what remains unfinished.
And a mind that is finally at rest, even without closure.
And as that need for closure begins to loosen, as you discover that peace does not require everything to be finished, something deeper starts to return. Not through thought, not through effort, but through something that has always been with you. Something simple, something constant, the breath. There is a quiet rhythm inside you that never stops, even when you are not aware of it. Even when the mind is busy, even when the body is tense,
It continues.
but when tension builds, this rhythm changes. The breath becomes shallow, short, uneven, not because something is wrong, but because the system is holding emotion, holding thought, holding pressure, and the breath reflects that. It tightens when you tighten. It shortens when you resist. It becomes restricted when something inside is not being allowed to move. This is where awareness begins to shift everything, not by changing the breath, but by noticing it. A simple return to the movement of air, in and out. No control, no forcing, just attention. At first it may feel subtle, the inhale, the exhale, the pause in between. But as you stay with it, something begins to happen. The breath starts to deepen on its own, not because you made it, but because you stopped interfering.
The body responds to awareness.
When you bring gentle attention to the breath without trying to fix it, the system begins to regulate. The tension that was held in the chest begins to soften. The diaphragm moves more freely. The rhythm begins to return. This is not effort.
It is reconnection.
Because the breath already knows how to move. It only becomes restricted when something inside is held too tightly. You may notice this in moments where you pause. A deeper inhale that comes naturally. A slower exhale that releases tension. A feeling of space in the chest where there was tightness before.
These are signs.
signs that the body is letting go.
The Stoics understood the power of returning to what is present.
They did not describe it in modern terms, but they practiced awareness of the moment, of the body, of what was real instead of what was imagined. And the breath is always real.
It is always here.
When you return to it, you return to the present, and in the present, the nervous system begins to settle, because it is no longer caught in past tension or future anticipation. It is here, breathing, moving, releasing.
Over time, this becomes natural.
You begin to notice your breath throughout the day, not to control it, but to reconnect, to check in, to feel where you are holding and where you can soften. The breath becomes a guide, not something you manage,
But something you follow. When it is tight, you notice. When it is shallow, you observe. When it deepens, you allow it.
This creates a feedback loop.
Awareness leads to release. Release leads to deeper breath. Deeper breath leads to calm.
And the cycle continues. You may begin to feel a difference in your body.
Less tightness in the chest, less pressure in the shoulders, a greater sense of ease in your movements.
Not because you forced relaxation, but because you allowed the breath to return to its natural rhythm. The nervous system responds to this deeply. It recognizes the slower, fuller breath as a signal of safety. It shifts out of tension. It reduces its level of alertness. It begins to rest.
And this rest is not passive.
It is restorative. The body begins to recover. The mind becomes clearer. The emotional tightness begins to dissolve.
Because the breath is no longer restricted.
It is moving, and as it moves, it carries tension with it.
Out.
Without effort.
Without force.
This is where healing becomes simple.
Not easy.
But simple. You do not need to control everything. You do not need to fix every feeling. You return to the breath, again and again. And each time you return, something softens.
A small release, a quiet shift, a moment of ease. These moments build.
They create space in the body. They reduce pressure in the system. They restore a rhythm that feels natural. And over time, this rhythm becomes familiar. The breath flows more freely. The body holds less tension. The system remains more balanced.
Not because everything is perfect, but because nothing is being held as tightly.
And in that flow, something important returns. A sense of connection to your body, to the present, to a rhythm that does not need to be controlled. The Stoics trusted this kind of return, not to something external, but to something within.
And as you continue to come back to the breath, something becomes clear.
You were never separate from calm.
You were just holding your breath.
Without realizing it. And now, as you let it move again, the tightness begins to fade, leaving behind something quiet. A steady rhythm that carries you gently back to yourself. And as that rhythm of the breath begins to steady you, as the body softens without being forced, another quiet pattern begins to reveal itself. Not in the body this time, but in the meaning you give to what passes through your mind. Because it is not just the thoughts that create tension, it is the weight you attach to them. There is a moment between a thought appearing and you reacting to it. It is small, almost invisible, but it changes everything. A thought arises, and instantly it feels important. It feels true. It feels like something that needs attention. And before you notice it, you are already inside it, interpreting it, expanding it, giving it meaning. This is where tension begins, not from the thought itself, but from what you add to it. Because not every thought carries truth. Not every thought reflects reality. Not every thought deserves interpretation. Many are simply mental events. They appear and they pass, but when you assign meaning to them, they stay. They become something. A thought becomes a concern. A concern becomes a story. A story becomes a feeling. And the body responds to that story. It tightens, it prepares, it reacts as if something real is happening. The Stoics saw this clearly. They did not treat every thought as truth. They separated the appearance of a thought from the judgment they placed on it. They understood that the mind produces impressions constantly, but those impressions do not need to be believed or acted upon. This is the discipline. Not stopping thoughts, but letting them pass without attaching meaning. A thought appears and you notice it, but you do not interpret it. You do not expand it. You do not give it a story. You allow it to be what it is, just a thought.
At first, this may feel unusual.
There is a habit of analyzing, of trying to understand every idea that comes up, of assigning meaning automatically. But when you pause and choose not to follow that habit, something shifts. The thought loses its weight. It does not grow. It does not pull you in. It moves, and then it fades.
This creates space.
Because the mind is no longer filled with interpretations. It becomes quieter, not because thoughts have stopped, but because you are no longer turning them into something more. The body responds to this immediately. The tension that comes from mental stories begins to dissolve. The system no longer reacts to every thought as if it were important. It begins to rest, even while thoughts are present. You may notice moments where a thought appears and nothing follows. No reaction, no expansion, just awareness. And then it is gone. These moments are powerful because they show the system that not every mental event requires engagement, that it can remain steady even when thoughts arise. Over time, this becomes natural. The habit of assigning meaning weakens. The need to interpret everything fades. The mind becomes more open, more spacious. You begin to see thoughts differently. Not as instructions, not as truths, but as passing activity. This changes your relationship with your mind. You are no longer caught in every thought. You are watching them move. And in that watching, something important happens. You become less reactive because you are no longer responding to every mental event. You begin to choose which thoughts matter, which thoughts deserve attention, which thoughts can be left alone. This choice creates calm because the mind is no longer overwhelming. It becomes manageable, light. The Stoics practiced this daily. They trained themselves to question their thoughts, to see them clearly, to not attach meaning automatically. This created clarity, not through controlling the mind, but through understanding it. And as you begin to live this way, something shifts. The thoughts that once created tension lose their power. The stories that once felt real begin to dissolve. The body begins to relax, because it is no longer reacting to everything the mind produces.
You begin to feel a quiet steadiness.
A sense that you are not defined by what appears in your mind, that you can remain where you are, even as thoughts come and go.
And in that steadiness, the nervous system finds rest.
Not because the mind is silent, but because nothing is being held, nothing is being turned into something more.
Everything is allowed to pass.
And as that understanding deepens, something becomes clear. You do not need to control your thoughts to feel calm. You only need to stop attaching meaning to each one. And in that simple shift, the weight begins to lift, leaving behind something quiet, a mind that moves, but does not disturb,
and a body that finally rests. because it is no longer reacting to every passing thought.
And as that habit of letting thoughts pass begins to settle, as you stop attaching meaning to every mental movement, something deeper begins to reveal itself. Not something you create, but something that has always been there. A quiet intelligence within the body, a natural ability to return to balance when it is no longer interrupted. There is a process happening inside you all the time. You do not have to manage it. You do not have to control it. You do not have to force it.
The body already knows how to regulate.
It knows how to release tension. It knows how to return to calm. It knows how to reset. But this process is often disrupted, not because it is broken, but because it is constantly being interfered with. The mind steps in, trying to fix, trying to speed up, trying to control what is already unfolding.
And in doing so, it interrupts the natural rhythm.
You may notice this in simple moments. A feeling begins to settle, but you start thinking about it again. The body begins to relax, but you check if it is working. A sense of calm appears, but you question it.
This interference keeps the system active. It prevents the full reset from completing.
The Stoics understood something important here. They trusted nature, not just the nature of the world, but the nature of the body and mind. They believed that when you stop resisting, when you stop interfering, things return to their proper state. This is where healing begins, not through doing more, but through stepping back, allowing the body to do what it already knows how to do.
At first, this may feel uncertain.
There is a habit of wanting to guide everything, a belief that without effort, nothing will change, that if you do not actively fix something, it will remain the same. But when you begin to allow, something shifts. The body responds. The breath deepens without being controlled. The tension releases without being forced. The system begins to settle on its own. This is the natural reset.
It is not dramatic.
It is quiet, a gradual return to balance. You may notice it in moments where you stop trying, where you let go of the need to manage your state, where you allow the experience to unfold without interference. In those moments, something happens. The body adjusts, not because you told it to, but because it is designed to. This creates trust, because you begin to see that you do not have to control everything, that the system is capable,
That healing is not something you force, but something that happens when you stop blocking it.
The nervous system responds to this deeply. It no longer feels like it must stay active. It no longer prepares for constant correction. It begins to rest, knowing that it is not being interfered with. This rest allows the reset to complete. Over time, this becomes natural. You begin to step back more easily. You interfere less. You trust the process more. The body begins to return to balance more quickly because it is not being interrupted. You may notice that tension releases faster, that calm returns more easily, that the system does not stay stuck in the same patterns. Not because you did something new,
but because you stopped doing what was blocking it.
The Stoics trusted this kind of alignment.
They did not try to control everything within themselves. They allowed their nature to unfold, to correct, to settle. They understood that peace is not created through force, but through harmony with what is already present.
This harmony changes everything.
Because you are no longer fighting your own system. You are allowing it.
You are working with it, not against it.
And in that cooperation, something important happens. The body begins to feel safe again. Not because everything is perfect, but because nothing is being forced. There is space, a quiet openness where the system can move, adjust, release. without interruption. And in that space, the reset continues, naturally, steadily.
Without effort.
You begin to feel a different kind of calm, not one you created,
but one you uncovered.
a calm that was always there, beneath the interference. And as that calm becomes more familiar, something settles deeply, a trust,
Not in control.
But in the process.
a knowing that you do not have to manage every moment, that the body knows how to return, that healing is not something you chase, but something that happens when you finally step out of the way. And in that understanding, the nervous system begins to rest fully, not waiting, not preparing, just resetting, quietly, exactly as it was designed to. And as that trust in your body begins to settle, as you see that healing happens when you stop interfering, another quiet pressure begins to reveal itself, not from what you are doing, but from when you think it should happen. The timelines you carry inside, the silent deadlines you place on your own progress. And without noticing, this creates a tension that never fully allows you to rest. There is a quiet clock many people live by,
Not on the wall.
but in the mind, a sense that things should be happening faster, that you should feel better by now.
That progress should follow a certain timeline.
It is rarely spoken out loud, but it is always there. You may notice it in subtle ways, when you feel calm for a moment, and then question why it doesn't last longer, when you are healing, but feel like it is taking too much time, when you compare where you are to where you think you should be. This creates pressure, because time becomes a measure of progress, and when progress does not match that measure, the system tightens. The body feels this, a sense of urgency, a quiet impatience, a tension that says, this should be different by now.
But healing does not follow deadlines.
It does not move in straight lines. It does not respond to pressure. It unfolds at its own pace, in its own rhythm.
The Stoics understood this deeply.
They did not rush the process of growth. They focused on what they could do in the present moment, and allowed time to take care of the rest. They did not place rigid expectations on how quickly things should change. This created calm, because they were not fighting time, they were moving with it. This is where the shift begins, not in doing more,
But in releasing the timeline.
you begin to notice the pressure, the expectation that things should be different, the urge to speed up the process, the quiet dissatisfaction with where you are, and instead of following it, you let it go. You allow yourself to be where you are, without measuring it. This may feel unfamiliar at first. There is a habit of tracking progress, of wanting to see results, of needing to know that things are improving at a certain rate. But when you release that need, something changes. The pressure lifts, because you are no longer racing against time. You are simply present with what is happening now. The body responds to this immediately. The sense of urgency begins to fade. The system no longer feels like it must move faster. It begins to settle into a slower, more natural rhythm. You may notice a different feeling, a sense of space around your progress, a willingness to let things unfold, a quiet acceptance of where you are.
This is not giving up.
It is allowing.
Allowing the process to move without being forced.
Over time, this becomes natural. The need to measure progress weakens. The pressure tied to time fades. The system becomes more at ease. You begin to trust that change is happening, even when you cannot see it immediately. That healing is not something you rush, but something you support. The Stoics lived with this kind of patience. They understood that time is not something to fight against, that growth happens through consistent action, not through urgency,
that forcing progress creates resistance, but allowing it creates flow. This understanding changes everything, because you are no longer waiting to arrive somewhere. You are already where the process is happening.
And that is enough.
The nervous system responds to this deeply. It no longer stays activated by time pressure. It no longer feels like it must hurry. It begins to rest, even while change is occurring.
This rest allows the process to deepen.
Because the system is no longer being pushed, it is allowed to move at its own pace. You may notice that things begin to feel easier, not because they are happening faster,
But because they are happening without pressure.
The tension that once came from timelines begins to dissolve. The mind becomes quieter. The body feels lighter. And in that space, something important returns. Patience, not forced, but natural. A willingness to let things take the time they need.
And as that patience settles in, something becomes clear. You do not need a deadline to heal.
You do not need a timeline to grow. You only need space.
Space to be where you are, without pressure.
Space to allow the process to unfold.
Space to trust that what is happening in the time it needs. And in that space, the nervous system finally finds rest. Not because everything is finished, but because nothing is being rushed. And in that stillness, healing continues. Quietly, naturally,
Without the weight of time pressing against it.
and now, as everything you've heard begins to settle, something quiet becomes clear.
You were never broken. You were just carrying too much for too long.
Too many thoughts that were never meant to be followed. Too many emotions that were never allowed to move. Too much pressure to fix, control, improve, and understand, all at once. And tonight, you let some of that go.
Not by force, but by awareness.
You slowed down. You stopped reacting to everything. You allowed the mind to be unfinished, the body to be imperfect, the moment to be enough.
And in that space, something shifted.
The nervous system softened. The breath returned. The weight became lighter. Not because everything changed, but because you stopped holding everything so tightly. This is the beginning, not of becoming someone new, but of returning to who you were, before the tension, before the pressure, before the constant noise. So as you rest tonight, let this stay with you. You don't need to rush. You don't need to fix everything. You don't need to carry it all. Just return, again and again, to stillness, and let the rest unfold. If something in this stayed with you, write in the comments, "I choose calm," so you remember, and others do too. And if you're ready to keep building this kind of quiet strength, subscribe to the channel and return here whenever the world feels too loud. Close your eyes now,
Let go. Just a little more.
and let your body do what it has always known how to do. Rest.